up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've never there before. I'll be there for you 'cause I'm there for
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right. Thank you, Craig.
Drop it to the flow, drop it to the flow, then. Now lean in.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. Shit, that's nothing. Splash. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'. No, I ain't bluffing. I'm with your mom in the kitchen, making blueberry muffins.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings.
I remember when I lost my mind.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody here tonight. Got 70 people watching so far. Not bad, not bad. Boy, who we got? Saddle Bums in here. Veronica Joseph. We got Marcy Chan. Santero. Eldon Beans here. Peter W. Got Nate X, the original X, and settle for no substitutions here. We got Tanya D, Chicken Banana. I did not show the Chicken Banana thing tonight. I wonder who would notice. Well, you know what we ought to do? Let's just go ahead.
Chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, banana, banana.
There, for all my Chicken Banana people that were worried about that. I know that USA was worried about it. Tanya had a little bit of a worry about it, and so did Santero. Well, we fixed it. We got Brad and Tasha here with us tonight. We want her both. Either way, we're glad to have them. We got Don H here. We got to make sure because Mr. Dress Up never would say his name. We got Only Up Dudes, Neo Drifter, Jay Heighton, Eldon Bean. Holy crap, we got a lot of people in here tonight. To Akinator and Joseph Osborne. Good to see everybody. Let's go back, scroll all the way to the bottom here where we're at. See if there's anybody new. Iwan the Terrible instead of Ivan. No, that's what cracks me up. I've been watching his I think Hop Sing deserves a fan club from Bonanza. Hop Sing. Solly, Mr. Cop Light. Oh man, you could never have that character on a TV show today. There's no fucking way. They would lambaste you they would run you out of town because people are so sensitive. They're so sensitive. People are very sensitive. Oh, don't say things about my fucking beloved Israel. I'm very sensitive about that. I don't give a shit. See, Mr. Dress Up didn't have a magic mirror. Who was it? Who had the magic mirror? I forgot all about that shit, man. Logical. All right. Yes, I am logical. Right on. Legends Lounge. Salutes good people. Who's that? Heresy Seed. We've got a few people rolling in here. I've got a really good video that was put out by Burn the Corporate Fiction on Facebook. And it's on challenging jurisdiction. And I'm going to play that for y'all here. And I'm just waiting for a few more people to show up in here so that we can make it wise for everybody. But yeah, we're enjoying a nice cookies and cream special candy bar. Is Lisa out there? Did Lisa eat hers already? And now she's like asleep somewhere. Our friend Lisa Tattersall came by to see me today. I saw her at the store up the road. And we talked about all kinds of things, including how birds purposely shit on things. Anyway, she came on over and I gave her one of these candy bars. And I said, no, be careful with that. Be very careful with that. It's loaded. Okay. Always treat it like it's loaded. So what I've got here, this is a great little video I'm going to play. Sit back, relax, mark the timestamp. So if you want to go back and watch this again, because this is really, really good information. And you've heard me say before, challenge the jurisdiction. Always challenge the jurisdiction. Then we're going to get into some fun shit about the big baby's birthday not coming the way he wanted it to be, and he's not getting all his shit, and he's throwing a fit. So that'll be fun stuff to go over, and a few flat earth things that we have found along the way. So we're all over. And once again, if anybody's interested on coming up on the panel, feel free to hit the link for StreamYard, which is in the chat. It is pinned in the chat. So whoever wants to come up can. And with no further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play this video. And once again, this is from Burn the Corporate Fiction. You can find him on X, YouTube, Facebook, I don't know, all over the fucking place. So enjoy this. This is very good. Now, some of it, read the subtitles because it's some of it kind of hard to hear. But you get and the guy comes in and explains some shit. So this is pretty good. Let's see, where am I at? I have to go over here now.
Ryan Thor is the living man. Ryan Michael Thor is the defendant in error. It's the artificial person.
This is one of the best jurisdictional challenges ever caught on camera. I have shown this before, but I want to break down what is being said here and why it works.
Good job. And then were you able to cure your license issue, or is there a hold?
For the record, my name is Ryan Thor. I'm the living man. I am not the entity known as Ryan Michael Thor, just to clear that. I am here on special appearance under threat, duress, and coercion to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and also personal jurisdiction as well.
There's a good reason behind everything he just said to the judge. First, he made a distinction between himself as the living man and the trust created by the federal corporation which shares his name. I'm not a big fan of the term straw man, but there is no better way to explain what a cestui que trust is to the average person. Remember, all traffic cases are actually administrative hearings adjudicating the alleged misuse of trust property. Anytime you register property with the government, you give them superior interest in the property, which is why the state puts its name on the back of your car, and they grant you the mere right of use to use it the way they tell you to. Secondly, the man makes it clear that he is there by special appearance, specifically to challenge jurisdiction. This is stated so the court cannot presume consent to the proceedings just because he showed up.
I filed my paperwork for you on Friday, and the clerk illegally denied it. I went again this morning and filed my paperwork again for you. The clerk again illegally denied it, even though I gave her a notice telling her it's a felony for her not to accept my paperwork. And actually, it's in law, it's considered filed when I gave it to her.
I have to point out two very important things in regard to what he just said. First, he is relying on the federal rules of civil procedure, Rule 5D4, and Title 18 USC Section 2071, both of which essentially state that a clerk cannot refuse to file, and mishandling of records is a felony. The problem with this is that both of those documents only apply to federal cases, which actually brings me to my second point. These bar pirates running the courts know so little about the law that this clown in a gown does not even point that out. He's doing a great job. But my advice would be to look up your state's court rule and statutory equivalent and use that.
So there. What do you want to do today, sir? Well, Your Honor, I mean, I'm going to have to ask a few questions first, which first of all is I need to understand the nature and the cause of the charges against me, as well as I need to know, is this a civil jurisdiction or criminal jurisdiction?
Okay, it's criminal jurisdiction.
Criminal.
All traffic cases are technically under criminal jurisdiction because the state is technically piggybacking off of Title 18 USC Section 7 Special Maritime and Territorial Jurisdiction in order to enforce the federal law merchant, which is commercial. That title is also where the federal definition of motor vehicle is found. Coincidence? I think not. These are not courts of law. In order for a court to be considered a court of law, it must proceed according to the common law. And for there to be a criminal complaint at common law, there must be an injured party. By admitting it is criminal, she put herself in a bad spot. Watch what he does.
It's traffic counts. You just approved a correction on August 26, 2022, or Ryan Michael Thor did. If you're saying, are you saying that's not you?
Ryan Thor is the living man. Ryan Michael Thor is the defendant in error. It's the artificial person. So thank you, Your Honor. Let the record of the court show that the action against me is criminal. And now I have another question, because the Constitution grants us two different criminal jurisdictions, okay? One criminal jurisdiction is under the common law, and the other is under the criminal jurisdiction of admiralty or military tribunal venue from Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution.
Now, again, I must point out that he is trying to apply the federal Constitution to what is supposed to be a state matter. And again, she does not point that out. However, this time it may not be due to her ignorance. She is getting worried. She has admitted that she has him in a criminal court. Now he needs to see a victim. If he is in criminal court and there is no victim, he knows he must be in a foreign jurisdiction. Notice he is rarely making statements without asking a question. This keeps the burden of proof on the court.
Well, I need to know which of these two jurisdictions that you intend to try me. It's very important because they're done different ways. The rules of civil procedure are very different in a criminal jurisdiction, obviously for common law, and a military.
No. So we just need to show, were you able to cure your license with the DMV, or you don't know?
Your Honor, I need to get these other questions answered. I need to know what the jurisdiction is, and I need to know also who the injured party is. The nature and cause of this. I need to know who the injured party is.
Okay.
I need to know who's bringing the claim.
How about, okay, the state is. So here's the deal. Do you want to have a trial date? I can give you many trial different dates.
She keeps asking questions, trying to shift the burden of proof back on him. Did you cure your license with the DMV? Do you want to set a trial date? Answering these questions with anything other than a question is consent to jurisdiction. Judges frequently do this, so you must always be prepared.
Come in and you can ask all the questions, and they have to prove the charges against you. So
Thank you, Your Honor, but I don't think you'd be violating your oath of office by doing your duty under the Constitution. Okay?
Mr. Thor, I'm going to have to come back to your case, but I have all these other cases. I'll take all the time in the world to do, because you see you add on today? Wait, what's on your calendar?
Your Honor, I just motioned for dismissal because if this is a criminal jurisdiction, as you're claiming, I need to see a verified complaint, and I need from the injured party, and I have to have an opportunity to face my accuser, as you mentioned at the beginning of this entire hearing. So who is the injured party? That's the question. Who's the injured party? Why am I here? I don't understand why I'm here.
You paid $440.32.
Yes, that's what he's paid up to me.
All right, so what else? So he just has to count one and count two, and you sure approved the count, right? All right, sir, I'm going to just exercise my discretion. I'm going to dismiss count one and dismiss count two, and just order the fees that you've already paid to cover court costs.
She just granted his motion using her discretion, which basically means that she does not want the other tax chattel hearing this and getting any ideas. However, notice that she tries to keep his bond money. This is because all traffic tickets are trust instruments, much like a promissory note, and the court is acting as fiduciary for the trust created by it. These instruments are generally sold to institutional investors before the case is even disposed, which is why the courts in every state have an over 99% conviction rate. Once the instrument is sold, someone has to perform the obligations. If the case is dismissed, the prosecution is left holding the debt.
So
no charges are pending against you. They've been dismissed. Interest of justice.
So I'm letting the record show that the defendant, Ryan Michael Thor, with case CMZ 606-406, all charges are dismissed. Is that correct?
And whatever fees were paid are going towards court costs, okay?
Those fees are bail, and they should be returned after dismissal.
Okay. You know what? I don't have a problem with returning your fees. I don't.
Thank you.
All right. Wait. All right. Have a good day, Mr. Thor.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
You're very welcome. Next case, Matthew Martinez, CMZ.
This was a masterclass in challenging jurisdiction. I hope you all enjoyed it and learned from it. The Motor Vehicle Code is the front line to freedom. think about it, it is the very reason you are expected to have identification at all times, which was unheard of in this republic back when we used to record the births of our children privately in our family Bibles. It is not the government's business to know who you or your children are unless a crime has been committed. The entirety of the impending AI governance and digital ID programs depend entirely on compliance to the Motor Vehicle Code. I say it is high time we stop complying with getting pillaged by inland pirates over victimless pretended offenses. This is not Rome. To learn more, search Burn the Corporate Fiction on Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, and X. For more advanced information, join the Jurist Society on Patreon or Facebook.
Ryan Thor is.
So what'd y'all think of that? Good one? Peter said that was a good one. All right. Good. And I'll let me see if I can get a link to that for you, and I'll put it in the chat, because that might be one y'all want to watch a couple of times. Know what I'm saying, y'all? Look at there. I'm talking like the cool kids now. Did it go out there? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Oh, be quiet, you dumb thing. Keeps talking to me. Damn it. Hang on, I got another one. Good one, too. This is kind of on the same topic here. It was so treason in the courtroom is what this one is titled. Let me just. Oh my God! Don't. I hate that they just automatically start playing as soon as you open them up, and it's like, no, give me the option to set all my volume and shit before you blast me out of here. You know? Ah, damn. Here you go.
Okay, so guys, this is it. I'm going to show you this because the judges have a duty to uphold and protect your rights, protected by the Constitution, not given to you by the Constitution, but protected by the Constitution. And when they don't, and they uphold the statute over your rights, they're in direct violation of the Constitution. They do not have a choice. Okay, but yet all these traitors all across the country are ruling on state legislation over your rights. And I'm going to show you from this court case right here that I got pulled up that they can't do that. It is wrong. It is criminal. It is treasonous, plain and simple. Okay. So, and I don't care if you want to say, oh, they're not really judges. I know this argument. They're not judges or magistrates. They're administrative. They're administrative, or they're administrators. Whatever. I don't care. They're sitting on their fucking imaginary throne, pretending that they're the fucking king of, and their shit don't stink. And let me tell you, those guys are fucking criminals. Every single one of those guys that will rule over a statute over your rights is a criminal and in treason, plain and simple. It's always, anytime they go, well, the statute says this, well, I have this right. Well, fuck your rights because the statute says this. That's treason. That is what treason looks like. And there's all these, freaking dirty kneed brown nosers, okay, all over the internet, laughing at people like you and me, right? Saying that we need to learn for what these judges are saying, but the judges don't know shit. And ironically, I got a judge here that says, no, those judges are fucking wrong. Okay, this is the case. It's called Daisy. It's Bates versus City of Little Rock. Okay, and we're gonna go here, and it says right here. Okay, all right, it is. Oops, sorry. Let's go over here. All right, just trying to get this angled correctly. All right, it was an adjunct to their power to impose occupational license taxes that the cities enacted the legislation here in question. But the government action does not automatically become reasonably related to the achievement of a substantial government purpose by mere assertion in the preamble of an ordinance. Okay, when it is shown that state action threatens significantly to impinge upon constitutionally protected freedom, it becomes the duty of this court to determine whether the action bears a reasonable relationship to the achievement of the governmental purpose asserted as its justification. Okay? Plain and simple. What are they telling you? They're telling you that they have a duty to determine if the action is reasonable and that if it threatens to impinge upon a constitutionally protected freedom, the court has to determine if there's a reasonable relationship to the achievement of the governmental purpose asserted as its justification. In this record, we can find no relevant correlation between the power of the municipalities to impose occupational taxes and the compulsory disclosure and publication of its members' list of local branches. Anyway, that's it. That's telling you right there. They don't have it. They don't have it. They never did. They can't do it. It's total garbage. 100%. Oops, what did I do? That's not what I meant to do. But there it is. They don't have the authority. They don't have the authority to violate your rights using the state legislation. They don't have it. And by the way, guys, I'm going to prove to you that all state legislation comes from the same exact source. All right, I'm going to show you that on a Rumble video coming very soon, that all of it comes from one source. It's all federal anyway. All right. And that's going to come down, and it's going to come down so fucking hard that all these dissenters talking shit on social media are going to end up blocking me. They're going to block everybody. All right. And they're going to go in hiding. Okay. They're going to act like turtles and go into their shell and disappear from everyone, pretend to be rocks. All right. Because look, the corruption here in this country is so bad that the whole Epstein Island thing is they're protecting all those people. Okay. We have foreign invaders running the country. Okay. And then we have the state legislators passing the same laws in all 50 states magically all at the same time. Okay. Telling you that they have the right to do this. And you have judges on the benches for decades. I've experienced this 30 years ago, where a judge told me that I didn't have a right to I couldn't use the Constitution in this courtroom. Well, that's treason. That's treason right there. And you know what the cost for treason is?
Yeah.
Something I'll get banned for saying. I don't know. Maybe Facebook is okay with it, but freaking TikTok, and I'm not on TikTok anymore, by the way, guys. So, but yeah, that's it right there. It says it. They have to do it. They can't just let it slide. Okay, so guys.
And of course, it just plays over. What's happening, D-Man?
What's happening, man? What's going on?
Did you hear that crazy story that Weedlander got everybody all worried about?
No.
He said, he's Satoshi Nakamoto. That's cool. I'm Hezekiah Fuckface. What about it?
Hey. I'm Kung Pao.
Kung Pao. You make that chicken.
Yep.
I always think about, that's something you make. Oh, Kung Pao. This is like karate talk.
General Herring Chicken.
Yes. I wonder if dumbass old Trump wanted to General Chow.
It's different everywhere you go. I've been to different states. Some of it's called General Chow. Some it's called General Gao. Some it's different everywhere.
Right. Well, at least he maintains the rank, and he still outranks Colonel Sanders. Yeah, he's miles above. Now, we don't know if that's a 1-star, brigadier, major, lieutenant general, general, what, but it still outranks the colonel.
Yeah.
And I have to wonder, what was he a colonel in?
He was he wasn't called the colonel. They gave him a ceremonial that was a ceremonial thing, like unofficial. I read a thing about Colonel Sanders, and they said that it was given to him by some politician in Kentucky. That was how the whole colonel thing came about. You ever read about that? You ever read about that? About how that guy was still working at like 70?
I've heard about that. Yeah.
Man.
But you notice when it got turned into KFC, that was a totally different corporation bought it.
Yeah. Well, they bought a bunch of shit. They bought a bunch of stuff and conglomerated it together. Because KFC, Long John Silver's, and Taco Bell were all separate companies. They then bought them all and then put them in a blanket company, which is
why you see those dual restaurants that are like Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, shit like that. It's like, fuck all that.
There's one down at the bottom of the state where I am in the southern New Hampshire. That's it's when you pull in the drive-through, it's got 3 menus: KFC, Taco Bell, and Long John Silver's in the same building.
Oh God, I didn't even know there was any Long John Silver still around.
A&W is gone. A&W was a thing up
Oh,
here for the
man.
longest time, and they're gone up here because
I used to love that when I was young. You know, when it was real.
Yeah,
and you
root
went
beer.
there and they come out and they put that little tray on your window
Yeah,
with your food and shit.
Now they have
That-
Sonic. So wherever the A&Ws were, they replaced them with Sonics.
Sonic.
Sonic's like cheap.
Yeah,
Kind
it
of
was not-
1950s, and it's crappy.
Yeah, I went there one time. My brother, he says, "Hey, there's a new Sonic opened up in fucking Stanton. That's about a 45-minute ride from Harrisonburg." And so we loaded up and went down there. It was cold as shit. We waited till damn near evening to go, you know, and it was cold as shit. And I was like, cool, we just traveled 45 fucking minutes so we could sit outside and eat a goddamn hamburger in the cold.
Food. Yeah.
What the yeah, he was always had these ideas. He was a lot like Clark Griswold, you know, he had these grandiose ideas and they just turned to shit right in front of him all the time.
And Dairy Queen was another one. When I was growing up in Boston, they had Dairy Queens in almost in every town. And now you can't find a Dairy Queen unless you go to like the Midwest somewhere. New York, you'll see a Dairy Queen. And I didn't even...
We've got some down here I've seen.
Yeah, and the Dairy Queens...
There's a couple of them in Harrisonburg, I think, yeah.
The Dairy Queen in New York, they have burgers and chili dogs, and it's like going to a McDonald's, you know, but they still have like all the frozen goodies, and I didn't mean to get on this whole food thing. Yeah.
I think Tasty Freeze is gone.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one of those. The one that we used to have here in my town, it's now like, I don't know, Jesus and Coffee or something. I don't know. It's like open only like till noon or some shit like that.
Get there at the break of dawn.
One people opened up a fucking restaurant down here in Luray and then closed the restaurant at lunch for their employees to be able to eat. That is the dumbest goddamn thing I ever heard of. That's like one of your busiest times right in town, man. You know?
Yeah. I don't eat a lot of fast food here and there.
Here's somebody named Help Me. I have a feeling I already know who it is.
Oh, boy.
What's up, Help Me?
See you later.
Yeah. Didn't work, did it?
You already had
dude, you got denied.
You already had a King Stephen sighting too.
Yeah. I don't know what he's doing. He's like flashing his camera all around his room and shit.
I don't know. Get off the booze, dude.
Jack in the Box. Yeah. And what was that little, remember he was the predecessor of the kid that played Arnold. He was like a predecessor. He was like a small, never grew up black kid. Rodney Allen Rippey. He was the spokesman, the celebrity spokesman for Jack in the Box. You remember him?
I don't. I never heard of him.
He was this little black kid. He was one of those like Webster, you know, these little kids that these little black kids that don't grow up.
Yeah.
You know, he was like one from the 70s. And there was another kid. What was he on all the time? This little fat kid with red hair, Mason Reese. He was always in these commercials and shit when I was a little kid. Ugliest damn kid you ever wanted to see. I don't know where they got him from.
I threw the commercial in the back for Rodney Allen Rippey.
Yeah, Rodney Allen Rippey. He's a trip. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, he was one of those that, you know, his parents just fucking exploited the shit out of his money, you know, and he didn't get jack shit out of it, you know. Kind of like the Jacksons when they were kids, and the old man stole their shit.
He's still alive.
Who, the old man Jackson?
Rodney Allen Rippey.
Rodney Allen Rippey? I wonder what he's doing now. I know that that kid that played Arnold, he was still little and, you know, but an adult, and he was working as a security guard in an LA mall. Sad. Everybody, you know, and that was so long ago now, and that guy's dead, you know. What the hell? Gary Coleman. That was his name.
Yeah.
He's dead now. But, you know, ain't that something you go from, you know, being at Star and shit, and then the next thing.
Yeah, you work in security at a mall.
Yeah. You know, and he was bitter. He was a bitter man, very bitter, and rightfully so. But you know, that was so long ago with that show. What was it? What was that
70s.
called? Different Strokes.
Yeah.
It was 80s. That was 80s.
Yeah, early
And,
80s.
yeah, Different Strokes. And it's like now, if you make that reference, like what you talk about, Willis, people look at you like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know, that was big shit back in the day. You know, people even had shirts that said, what you talking about, Willis?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, the JJ Dynamite or the
Yeah, Dynamite. Yeah, that was some crap. That was wild. What was it? JJ Walker. Anyway, this is who Rodney Allen Rippey was.
Hi, I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. There's a lot of things you can eat at Jack in the Box. This is a Jack steak sandwich, and these are pretty delicious too. And this is a taco. This is an onion ring. It might be 10,000 things at Jack in the Box. Pack up the kids, crank up the car to Jack in the Box. Come as you like, come as you are to Jack in the Box.
God. See, the thing is, I remember too, where he put them onion rings up around his eyes like that. They had a poster of him with that, like that, in the inside the store. Yeah. God. Wow, that's a long time ago. Jeez.
I didn't take it.
Like Mikey. Remember Mikey?
Yeah. Give it to Mikey. He'll eat anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it to Mikey. He likes it.
Makes you wonder what kind of shit they was feeding that kid, you know. He'll eat anything, fuck it, you know. It's like, oh man, one of these days Mikey's gonna grow up and break bad on you for making him eat a toad and shit, you know. It's gonna work out well for you.
Let me ask you and everybody in chat, what day was Prince Spaghetti Day?
Wednesday.
Yep.
God. How come I know that? Who fucking says anyway? Well, at the time they said that, people were stretching their dollar, you know, so having pasta in the middle of the week was pretty good. Oh, I was going to ask you, Lisa. I was wondering where you were. I was going to ask you if you got into that candy bar or not. Obviously, you did. Good for you. Oh shit.
We used to have my mother was crazy Catholic back then, so we would have pasta on Fridays. You know, we'd have pasta on Fridays and Sunday, sometimes on Sunday, because normally Sunday was like, you know, we'd have pasta because her mother had it on. But we, you know, if it was you know, Fridays we do the no meat. So, you know, we were Catholic, raised Catholic, so Fridays we'd have pasta sometimes. You know, my mom would make a pea soup, you know, it's just a thing.
I'm looking over here on the regular side. There was a link somebody put in, and I was trying to find it again.
Oh, hold on, I can get it for you.
I don't know where it is. Put it in the private tab.
All right.
I'm so
yeah,
lost.
I saw it too. I meant to. It's in private. It's in private chat right now.
All right, cool. Thanks. Yeah, I'll check that out. Here's a good one on perspective. This is something, man.
Oh,
you know how that argument about, you know, well, the sun never changes size. You know, and I'm like, okay, so. And they're going, well, that can only be on a globe. And I said, why? And they said, well, because of the size and the distance of the sun. And I said, so all it is a ratio of size and distance? Then they were like, oh, wait a minute. I just put my foot in my mouth. I said, so I could take that thing down to 25%, what you say it is, both in size and distance, and achieve the same effect, can I? So it doesn't prove anything, does it? Anyway, go ahead.
I was going to say, I have one too that I wanted you to play, that I played on Roger's show, and I caught this. It's only about 10 seconds, but I wanted you to see it because I thought it was kind of wild. So when you're done, you want me to put it up now, or do you want me to put it
Yeah,
up?
go ahead and put it back there.
Right.
I'll grab it.
Right,
Let's see. That was the second one. What was this one? Let me get that real quick. They're changing your food. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a second.
All right, no worries. Anyway, in the meantime, got this one on perspective. This is pretty good.
Okay, let's take a look how perspective works. Here's a bottle cap. We set it on the table. We set our camera up so it lines up with the middle of the table, so you can look right down it. Now we're going to turn on the video camera. We're going to slide the bottle cap down. Now take a look at the bottom right corner. See when you slide it away from the camera, how it shrinks from the bottom up. And now when we go back to the camera, we can zoom in. And there's a bottle cap again. So that's how perspective works. Just like these telephone poles. The road's basically flat, but the telephone poles are shrinking from the bottom up. And as you go away from you, they shrink from the bottom up until you can't see them anymore. And just like the bottle cap, when a sailboat sails away and you can't see it anymore, it's shrunk from the bottom up. You can zoom in and bring it right back again. That's because the water's flat. And if the sailboat sailed over a curve, you wouldn't be able to zoom back in and see it, right? So my friend sends me this photo and he says, look, these windows are over the curve. And I'm like, no, if you have a super zoom camera, you can zoom in and bring the bottom back in again. If you have enough zoom. That's because water scientifically lays flat. Now the sun does the same thing. It moves away from us and it sets due to perspective. Now as long as you don't let it get too far away, you can zoom in and it'll unset, showing you that it's not going behind a curve. A little bit of perspective goes a long way. And just like these telephone poles, the poles have a straight line going straight to the ground. The sun does the same thing. When the sun rises and the sun sets, it makes a straight line to the ground, just like the telephone poles. Here's a full day time lapse. See how the sun goes up on an angle, and then it comes down on an angle. That's how perspective works. Now, if we lived on a ball, this is what would happen. The sun should be making an arc, but that's not what happens. Okay, let's take a look how.
Pretty good. Pretty freaking good.
Yep. It's funny because if you had somebody standing where the sun was set to you, to them it would be up over their head. That would be the highest point. And as they were looking at you and the sun was going towards you, the same effect that I see when it's the furthest away over your head, but furthest away from me, will do the exact same thing from where it's high over your head to me. So it'll do the exact same arc, even if you turned around and looked at it and had somebody in the opposite direction and it was high to them. It's going to do the same thing when it gets to you. It's going to angle up until it's up over your head, but the person looking at the sun, it's going to be setting in that of them. So it's going to do the same thing in the same direction.
Yeah.
And you would not do that if the surface of this place was curved or it had a drop off. And naturally, there would be a lot of
the behavior of water alone tells you that that it's bunk. There's no possible way. That's one of the first and foremost right there. Water will not behave in a manner consistent with the globe earth belief. That is just how it is. And go the fuck on somewhere with your goddamn gravity bullshit.
Yeah.
What a cockamamie pile of shit that is. And you mean to tell me that here we are, a quarter of the way through the 21st century, and the best proof of your attraction of masses, which you don't prove, is some cockamamie contraption from the fucking 18th century? That's the best you got in 2025? And you're not proving attraction. All you're doing is demonstrating movement.
Yep, that's it.
You haven't proven attraction. So, stick it with that gravity bullshit. That's just for the birds. I had a friend of mine came over, a friend of ours, and she was downstairs talking with the wife and her two boys. They're just primary school age kids. And I think probably the ones in, second grade, boys, he's sharp. They're both sharp kids. And we just kind of got to talking about shit, and one kid said something about gravity. I said, there ain't no such thing as gravity. And I started explaining to him how it works. And I saw the light go off in his head. I saw it go bong, like, oh, wow. Yeah. And we started talking, and the youngest one, Tristan, oh my God, he surprised the shit out of me. He says, look, it's real simple. Water will not stick to a ball. He's only in second grade. He said, I saw a demonstration. A guy took a ball, poured water on it. It didn't stick. He took a plate, poured water on it, sat there just fine, just like the lake. And I was like, he says, so that only means there's one thing. The earth is flat. And he made that gesture like that. And I was like, holy crap, he's only in second grade. Go, kid. Go.
Did you see Cubby? Cubby asked some kids, he was at some monument, and he asked them, hey, is it a flat or a globe? And the girl was like, what? And he said, flat or a globe? And she's like, flat, of course. So people
one of them said a triangle or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow. Yeah, that's more and more people are realizing that bunk shit. And I think that's these space missions and whatnot are kind of like a soft disclosure.
I said on Mark Sargent on DJ's after show, because they asked me, and I was on there with Vlad on one of the shows for fucking 45 minutes, an hour, and just talked to me and Vlad, because we vibe, and he asked me what I thought about it, DJ, and I said, well, they should have an Artemis every 15 minutes. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened. I said that Artemis mission has woken up more people in a week than it has in 10 years, and anything in 10 years. I'm like, they should be doing them every 15 minutes. Everybody cracked up.
And the fact that so many people went out there and said as much. It used to be before people would be afraid to say shit about that. Oh man, I'll be ostracized. Blah blah blah. Not anymore. They don't give a shit.
One of the most impressive things with that Artemis thing, Sandy from Mandela Effects. Sandy sat there. Sandy's bedridden. She's got physical problems. I'm not. I'm not. So Sandy has plenty of time to research shit. Sandy sat there for an entire day. She said, I had no clue that it was this stupid. I said, what did you do? So she said, I'm going to be on Rogers. So she went on Rogers, and that show was like 3 hours. She literally sat there for 2.5 hours showing every single thing that she found online, every artifact in the video, everything when shit's disappearing, stuff is molding into the legs, shit don't have shadows. Sandy never, ever said a word about flat Earth before that. Not a word. She said, I had no clue that this was this screwed up. And I was like, we've been talking about it for freaking 10 years now.
Right? Well, what you'll see is these people with what they end up with, and I had an interesting exchange with somebody on Facebook about that. They were obviously a Glober. And I kept noticing that everything he did was an appeal to authority. Well, Google says this. I said, well, Google will tell you that men can get pregnant. So you know what the dumbass did? He asked Google if men can get pregnant, and it said, yes, men can get pregnant. He screenshotted it and posted it. And I said, see? And I laughed. I'm like, I told you. And we know full well that can't happen. I said, look at you. I said, everything you believe is an appeal to authority. And he says, well, don't you think we should trust experts and scientists? I said, I don't know. Should we? I said,
They're telling you a
did
man
you
can be
get the?
pregnant.
I said, did you get the COVID shot? And if not, why? And he said, oh yeah. He said, I got my COVID shot and I'm fully boosted. I said, I'm not surprised because you have this waning to appeal to authority
Trust
that
the
you think
science.
that, yeah, trust the science. I says, look at me. I said, I didn't take it. And the experts and the scientists said that I would be fucking dead.
Yeah.
What happened? How come I can go? I'm 60 years old. My sperm is worth a fucking fortune right now. Yeah. Because it ain't fucked up.
Ain't tainted with your shit that they pumped into you.
Right, man. Look, this is for real. These spike proteins and all this other shit, shedding and all that. Come on, man.
My cousin got it, and within 2-3 months, he had like a seizure, and then he had that friggin' not a stroke, but what's the thing they have where like your face goes strokey, but you're not having a stroke.
Yeah.
He got that. Then he had his kids get it. And then he lost all kinds of. I mean, last time I saw him, he looked bad. Like he looked bad. And I'm not going to say anything to him because I realize that anything I'm going to say, he's not going to listen to anyway. So I'm just like, okay, have fun. And
Well, it's been 5 years now. It's been 5 years. You're going to start seeing the results coming to home, and see it's perfect for them because they can blame it on other shit and not that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
Bell's palsy. Shannon said Bell's palsy. Yeah.
Yeah. He got that thing where like his face went all weird. And I saw him at Walmart one day and I didn't even say hello. I didn't even say anything to him. He didn't recognize, I mean, he didn't see me. But I saw him and I was like, oh my God, he looks like a different person. Just totally like he doesn't look well. And it's like, you shouldn't have never got this. I met Adam DeWoo, the guy that just died last year. He used to have the YouTube channel. He would do travel vlogs. And he got it. And within 2 years, he was dead. I went to a book signing and met the guy that did the Dilbert cartoons.
Yeah, he died.
Scott Adams.
Yeah.
He got it. And 2-3 years, he was dead.
Yeah.
It's like, why would you trust those people? They've been poisoning people for 70 years now.
Dude, no shit.
Why? Like, you haven't figured out that they're causing
It's like,
the
what's
problem?
in? Do you know what's in that? I was talking to a buddy of mine. He's moved to Costa Rica. And I was talking to him today, and he said he was talking to somebody. He says, the guy gets his kids with the vaxes and shit. And he says, do you know what's in them? And the guy said, well, yeah, something about a dead virus or whatever. And he goes, well, do you know what the preservatives are? Do you know what the the anticoagulants are? Do you know what this is? Do you know what they're using for this, that, and the other? The guy's like, no, I don't need to. I trust the doctor. And it's like, well, there you go.
There's your problem.
There it is. Trust the science, appeal to authority. I'm like, holy shit. And so this is what they rely on. They think that everybody is so fucking immersed into that indoctrination that way to accept information based on your perception of who gives it to you instead of analyzing the information yourself.
Yeah.
They got you bamboozled into thinking that somebody is better than you for some reason. And you're able to look at the same texts and things they do and find out what they know on this and what you can find out. People won't, because, I'm not no scientist or nothing. I'm just a hardworking guy. It's like, no, dude. They're relying on that. And so this is why the president of the United States can come out and say, even though it's like, right out of 1984, it's not happening. And it's like, oh, we've won the war and peace talks are happening right now and everything. And meanwhile, missiles are flying all over the place. But they think that if they just say something, because I'm the president, people are going to believe me. I'm a teacher, so whatever I say, people are going to believe me. I have the title of a medical doctor, even though I've never practiced medicine. So they're going to listen to me, like Dr. Fauci. Okay. They're going to listen to me because of my credentials. So they rely on people being conditioned that way. And once you break yourself free from that conditioning, then you can start seeing what's really going on. You cannot trust authority. That's all there is to it. Okay. The same motherfuckers say, because scientists, you always see these globetards talking about science when they're talking about the globe. And it's like there is no fucking science involved with the globe Earth belief, man.
It's
what
fantasy.
The hell? Yeah,
It's
that's
all
not
fantasy.
science. And it's all into prediction. I was like, you're not predicting anything. Shut up. It's repeating patterns.
Yeah.
Okay. I predict that the mail will come tomorrow. Is that science? No, it just happens every fucking day during the week.
Yeah. You observe it happening.
And they'll lose their shit when you tell them, say, because they're all the time, oh, the Earth's a globe. How do you know that? Look at the sky. What in the fuck are you talking about? The opposite direction of what we're talking about. Okay, that makes absolute fucking sense, man. And so I get, and that's what I'll always say. They'll say, well, look at the sky. I go, why are we looking at the sky when we're talking about the ground?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, you can't get them to focus on it.
Right. Is that what they did to you? Is that how they got you to believe this preposterous shit? By looking at the sky and telling you stories about the things you see in the sky and then equating that to where you stand. There is no logic or brains in that at all, in that thinking. It's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life.
The physicality screws everything they say. Because when it comes to the physical, you traveling over this surface that has this shape, things would be happening. The angle of your body would be changing. The angle of the car you'd be driving over the surface would be changing. You flying over the surface would be changing. There's so many physical possibilities that don't happen.
Look at another way. Here's another way they sell this shit, right? This is another way that they sell it. They give you quotes from people that may or may not have existed a long fucking time ago, then wrote in a language that you'll never understand or decipher. And how do I know any of these goddamn people even existed? I don't. That might just be part of your cover story to sell me all your bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, Eratosthenes, come on, man. Yeah. Come on, that story's full of holes, man.
Everything else that they've been telling you has been a lie. Why isn't that?
Exactly. So you gotta question every fucking thing.
Yeah.
You really do. You gotta question everything. So they sell people on this space thing. Tell people, oh, there's outer space and we're sending people up there in one of these days. And there's the fantasy, the dream. We're going to fly around the planets and maybe meet other life forms or some other kind of crap. And you got people believing that once we achieve warp speed, then the Vulcans are going to make contact, first contact.
We're gonna point a satellite to a giant microphone out into space and we're gonna transmit 24 hours a day.
Oh
my God, you're
what's
full of
going to
shit.
carry the radio waves?
I know. Oh God. I'm telling you, man, some of the things you think about and you're just like, no fucking way.
Well, and I know. But what they do is there's an illusion of depth to the ceiling. That illusion of depth is created by different intensities and sizes of the lights in the ceiling. This gives you can recreate that. In fact, they do recreate that inside of this building that has a dome in it, and there's a projector in the middle, and they put that and you look up at the ceiling, and by God, it looks like the night sky with depth and everything, man. But it's only a few feet above your head in reality,
What shape is it that they're projecting it on now?
Exactly. The best shape to do that with, which would be a dome shape. It's actually structurally sound because it's just a series of arches connected together. An arch being the architectural foundation of architecture. It's the strongest architectural structure is an arch. So you put a whole bunch of those together, it stands to reason. I think maybe more like a blister, given the size of the Earth and the height that the thing would be. I mean, I'm assuming that like where the Kármán line is at is where you hit, right?
Yeah.
So you compare that distance, whether it's 62 miles, 78 miles, whatever, okay, and then compare that to the scale of the entire Earth. That dome would be more like just a blister over the Earth. You see what I'm saying? It'd be just like a blister. So you look up at the sky, you have the illusion of depth, and then they feed you stories about the things in the sky that go along with this illusion of depth. And they even go as far as to tell you distances and sizes, which there is no fucking way in hell that they could ever figure that out.
Well, if I put a quarter up next to my eye and then I measure,
Nick,
I've heard it all.
Oh my God. Well, I trapped him on that one too. I said, so you can tell the size of the moon? And he says, yeah. And I said, so since the moon and the sun both appear to be the same size, when you did that same thing with the quarter using the sun, you should come out with the exact same distance.
Oh my God.
Then he started trying to blow some shit about, well, light intensity, Yeah, I said, you didn't say nothing about fucking light intensity, bro. Stop. Nobody's, we're not picking up what you laying down, bro. Anyway, yeah, if you went up into space, reality is you'd fucking explode. Okay, that's just common goddamn sense.
Yeah,
man.
Ask that guy who had the freaking thing, and they put him in the vacuum chamber, and he said before I went unconscious, he said I could feel the saliva in my mouth bubbling.
And he wasn't even close. He wasn't even close to what the pressure of space equates to be. Not even close to it. I mean, you would literally step outside the capsule if the capsule could survive. You mean to tell me that this little thing that they sent down made out of carbon fiber to go see the Titanic, it crushed in because of the displacement ratio, right? Yeah. It crushed in. And you mean to tell me something about that same size going up into the fucking space isn't going to go whoop boom and explode?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. So that's what tells me there's no such thing. There ain't nobody getting out of here. They're doing just trickery. So this is kind of good. And then I'm going to show that thing you put.
If liquid boils in a vacuum and the human body is 70% water, how do astronauts survive in space? Think about it. In a vacuum, liquids boil. That is not a theory. That is not a claim. That is a physical law you can verify in any laboratory on Earth. Reduce the pressure surrounding any liquid sufficiently, and the boiling point drops, all the way to room temperature, all the way to body temperature, even all the way to below freezing. The hard vacuum makes any liquid boil. Now, the human body is approximately 70% liquid. Blood, lymph, interstitial fluid, fluid in the eyes, the lungs, the joints. 70% of everything that keeps you alive is liquid. Do the math. The human body in a hard vacuum should begin to boil from the inside. The fluids in the body should begin to vaporize, to expand, to rupture the tissues containing them. That is what physics says. That is the only conclusion the numbers lead to. And yet we are told that people go out there, float around for hours, come back, and we are not supposed to question it. We are told the suit handles it. We are told not to look too closely. And most people do not. I did. And what I found changed how I look at everything. Let us be specific about what we are actually claiming here, because I want to be precise. Nobody is saying astronauts explode. Nobody is saying the body ruptures instantaneously. What physics actually predicts is something more gradual and more insidious. The dissolved gases in the blood, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, begin to come out of solution, forming bubbles in the bloodstream. The same process as decompression sickness in deep sea divers, happening faster and more completely. The moisture on exposed tissue surfaces, eyes, mouth, airways, begins to evaporate and then vaporize. The saliva on the tongue boils. Consciousness fades within 14 seconds from oxygen deprivation, as the lungs empty into vacuum. The skin swells as subcutaneous tissues expand. None of this is instantaneous rupture. All of it is documented, physiologically specific, and proceeds according to known timelines. The suit is supposed to prevent all of it, simultaneously, for 8 hours, with human-made seals and joints and connections every time, without exception, and we are supposed to find that unremarkable. And here is where I want you to stop. Really feel the weight of what is being asked of you. We're not talking about some theoretical edge case here. We're talking about the difference between a human being and, well, vapor, separated by a suit seam. Just a single seam kept under pressure for 8 hours, through temperature swings of hundreds of degrees as the spacecraft cycles through sunlight and shadow every 90 minutes, through material fatigue, through radiation exposure, through the constant microflexing of every single movement. And we are told that seam holds every time across hundreds of missions, and the person inside describes the view calmly on the radio. We've been so thoroughly conditioned to accept this that, honestly, the most extraordinary engineering reliability claim in human history just passes by without a murmur. 14 seconds to unconsciousness if the seam fails. 8 hours of perfect integrity. And yeah, we just nod along. So what do you actually do with this? You go and look up every documented suit anomaly in the EVA record, not the summaries. The raw incident reports. You look for the pressure excursions, the seal checks that flagged concerns, the EVAs that were cut short. You find the actual engineering margin documentation, how close to the Armstrong limit the suit has operated under real flight conditions, not just test conditions. And then find where the physiologists who study evolism have published their data on how quickly and completely the Armstrong limit actually protects against each mechanism. Because the gap between what the suit promises and what the biology requires is honestly smaller than you are being told. And in that gap is the most honest answer to the question of whether all of this is exactly what we've been told it is. If liquid boils in a...
I know that if you blow bubbles in the water, and a ship goes over where those bubbles are coming up, those small bubbles, like an aerator, if you had or a gas leak, and it aerates that into tiny bubbles, ships will lose buoyancy in it. It'll just roll right over, or it'll nose over and sink.
That's happened. That's what they I heard that as an explanation for ships sinking or going missing in the Bermuda Triangle. Now we know that to keep everybody out of there and scare them from going there. But there's supposedly some kind of natural gas that periodically in that area bubbles up from the seabed. And they were saying that one of these large bubbles could just kind of like envelop a fucking ship and take it right down.
Yeah.
It sounded plausible to me at the time. So, you know, doesn't mean that's for real that that's what was going on, but it sounded good. At least they were better at making up their bullshit back then, right? That's what I'd have to say. So let's see. Look at the table. It says I gotta.
This has got a little play to it. So let me. I found this just random. I was not watching this to look for anything. I was just showed up in my feed because it's one of the channels that I watch. The guy goes around and finds places and goes to abandoned places and stuff.
Oh, Exploring the Unbeaten Path is the name of the channel.
Yeah.
Right?
And
1458.
Yeah. And they found an out of service abandoned Soviet era submarine in China. And they snuck onto the sub at night and explored around in the video. And at 1458, there should be a girl standing there. You'll see that there's a woman standing there. She's got her hand on something. All right. Look at the table when she flips the top of the table open. But soon as it zooms in, stop the video.
Okay.
And look at the picture.
But this is not a table.
I think it's a nautical table.
Right there, stop. Look at it. Totally not looking for this.
Holy crap. And this is in a sub?
A Soviet era submarine in China.
Okay.
From the 60s. It was made, I think, in the late 50s or early 60s.
It's a nautical table. It says it's a nautical table.
Look at the lines. So it's, it's the FE map, basically.
Yeah. They do
converge.
They do converge at the center, and they express
go wider and wider,
wider and wider as you go south.
They do not converge back to like it is in the center on the outside edge of it because that don't work.
Well, look at the top speed of like a sailing yacht in the south, right? South down near Antarctica and shit. Versus in the northern hemisphere. It's a drastic difference. And the reason is that boats are both going the same fucking speeds. right? They're whooping ass. But the way they measure their speed is by calculating where they're at, plotting where they're at, and that tells them how fast they've gone in that amount of time.
Yeah.
So by the map, you know, with the global
You'd be
shit
able to
on
figure it out.
Right. See, so then they go, wow, okay, so that speed is a lot less.
Yeah.
They traveled just as far and they were going just as fast, but because the way they have the map set up is that they think it's yeah.
So you can see the degrees in the lines. You can see how
Yeah.
that dial has all the degrees in it. And you can see how those lines go wider and wider and wider as it goes out to the edge. So that is plotted.
I wonder if this has a I wonder what else it goes to though.
They don't show a full. He only does it for about 5 seconds and then it cuts away.
Yeah, there are degrees also.
Right there. So stop. See, and then it cuts off. I wish they would have went around the whole thing to look at it, but I don't think they knew what they were looking at or if there was any importance to what they were looking at. It was just a, hey, look at this. But you look at when she pulls the thing out, it's flat. And that also has degrees on it. See the periscope?
Yeah.
See the ring on it?
Yeah.
That ring is exactly the same ring that's on the table.
Right.
So it's
that may have been a compass. That may have been a compass down there on the table. And that middle part, check it out.
It would be fun. A table.
And you can tell that's a flat section she pulls up too. That's not curved. That's flat.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah, all right. So see this middle hole? It's like there's a spindle that goes in there.
Yeah, like something goes onto it.
Yeah, there's like a spindle. I bet you this was a compass of some kind.
But if you look at when they zoom into it and pull out a little bit, you can
It's a
see how the
nautical
lines
table?
don't go back up.
Yeah, there are
They don't
degrees.
converge back in. So they don't do the same thing. So the south would be the outside rim, the north would be the center, and the lines don't converge back in halfway down and then converge and get tight again. They just keep on going, which would be, the Monty map, the what's the other one? The one that everybody has the posters of. That's what they use.
Yeah, I
right
believe
there.
this is a compass. I believe this is a compass.
Oh, it's multiple things. It's a map. It's a compass. I'm sure that you notice that on the lines, there's no, what do you call it in them? But I saw that and I was like, wow, I have never seen one. So next time I see Vlad, I'm going to pull that up and show it to him.
Yeah.
And ask him because
I
know
haven't
he was
seen
on
him in like forever, dude.
He was on during the middle of the week and he was on just for like an hour. He's been busy, he just graduated school and stuff and he's doing a lot of stuff. So him and Haman did a live one night. I think it was a couple of days ago, maybe about 4 or 5 days ago. It was last week. Yeah, they were talking about binoculars and Mikey and celestial, photographing the celestial bodies and stuff. Because Haman's doing a lot of stuff with his binoculars and telescope. And
Harmon cracks me up. I like him. He kind of reminds me. You remember? I don't know. It's like a character. I can't really place him. Who he reminds me of, but like that, he'll just kind of like. And if I'm not mistaken, Tom Arnold played the character. And it's like right in the middle of while you're saying something where he'll go, yeah, but let me go. And he'll just shift gears into something else. What the fuck just happened, dude? What are you doing?
But I caught that. I've never seen one of those tables before. And that's the first time I've ever seen one. Even if I try to type in about a nautical or navigation table, I don't see pictures of it. That's the only time I've ever seen one ever on video, like one where somebody literally walked onto a sub and said, wow, check this out. It's like, okay, that is the map that everybody is using. It's a flat map. It's a flat map. It's doing exactly what all of the flat map stuff that you would see pictures and, the Monty map, what was the other one? A Mercator map that, that's what it's really doing. Even the other guy that did the Chasing the Sun videos, he did one where he takes the longitude and latitudes of all of the bases that are in the southern parts, and he tries to line them up on a globe, and none of them line up right. But when he takes them and puts them on a flat map like that, they all line up perfectly. All the different country has all the different, and they all line up perfect. And it's like, yeah, because that's what it really is. It's not this bullshit. The widest point is the equator. Horse shit. Further south you go, the bigger the circle it is. Yeah. The longer it takes for you to travel. Fact.
Capricorn is much larger than the equator. The Tropic of Capricorn. Tropic of Cancer is smaller. They're concentric rings, man.
Yep.
Who's the Lord of the Rings, right?
Yep. And right now for me, it's coming up on summer. And right now for Ken Brotman, he's coming up on wintertime.
Oh.
That's simply because that circle's closer to me, so it's higher in the sky. It's further from him. It's lower in the sky and further away. So it's his winter. It's my summer. When my winter starts to come, it's going south, and then it gets closer to him, and then his temperature comes up. It's that simple.
Yep, 100%. I wanted to show you a pretty cool cop video. And this will teach you a valuable lesson. It will. This will teach you a valuable lesson.
You could be fucking funny, huh? Hey, what the fuck you doing, man? What you doing, huh? Hey, calm the fuck down, man. Hey. Calm the fuck down. What the fuck you doing, man? What the fuck, bro? Get the fuck down. What the fuck is going on? Hey, my bad. What's the problem, dude? You shouldn't have been fucking running in the first place. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Now you're over here disturbing this poor guy's fucking shitty time. Sorry about that, man. You good? You good? Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck over here, man. Get the fuck over here. You could be fucking funny.
And the lesson to be learned there is if you're in the fucking toilet, lock the door, dude. You know what I mean? Come on. You're muted, D-Man. If he was trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I don't know if that's real because I'm seeing a lot of AI videos these days with these cop videos. Wouldn't
that be some shit? No?
You're taking a dump and some guy gets pushed into you.
Yeah. What you gonna do? And there's cops, and the cop cameraman is there too. They just
wiping your ass as the door opened.
Their cameraman or something got fucking shot and killed during one of the tapings of Cops.
Yeah.
I just recently, I was like, whoa, that's messed up. I'm surprised it hadn't happened sooner, you know?
I had a family member on one of them in the when they were in Boston. They were in down by the airport, and I had a family member that was working down there. Did a brief 3-second blip, and you could see the side of their face. And the other one was cops were in the town that I worked in, and I was literally at work the day that incident happened on Cops. And I saw the guy walk by my work. I was like, yeah, the Steedies came and shot him in the highway. And that happened the day I was there. And I was like, holy shit.
So, this is during that Japan state visit to the U.S. and kind of a breakdown of this woman. You remember the Japanese woman that he met?
Yeah, and insulted.
Yeah, but even worse, he was like, this motherfucker stinks, dude. Okay? He stinks. I've seen so many videos where people around him are going, oh, man.
Yeah.
This one woman looked like she was going to barf. And little kids, especially little kids, because they don't fucking hide it.
She's a weird looking chick too.
Oh yeah, she's probably some gray. She's probably one of those demons.
She's got a weird, she doesn't look like a natural Asian. Looks like she either had some facial recognition shit, or surgeries or something.
You mean reconstruct?
Yeah. She's got some weird shit going on with her face.
She might be an android or something. But no, this one has watch. This is pretty crazy.
Did you notice that Sanai Takaichi refused Donald Trump's second hug? Her smile revealed an awkward secret. At first, Takaichi smiled at Trump, but Trump suddenly pursed his lips into a straight line. Then he lifted one side of his buttocks. When Takaichi noticed, She shot a meaningful glance at someone else. Trump even angrily raised a finger to silence her. People immediately speculated that Trump had developed a body odor. In fact, there were two other even more awkward moments involving him. The first was at a White House reception. At first, the players were all laughing happily, but a few minutes later, Messi's smile vanished. He began covering his nose frequently and kept coughing. He even took a step back when Trump turned to praise him. Trump's expression instantly shifted from joy to seriousness. The second time was at the bill signing ceremony. The woman standing next to Trump suddenly rubbed her nose vigorously. She looked pained, as if she had smelled something. The man in the black suit even pinched his nose shut, afraid to breathe. When Trump noticed, he awkwardly tugged at his suit. He was afraid the same thing would happen as it did during that golf outing. But you can't entirely blame Trump. He is already 80 years old. His body isn't what it used to be. His high-calorie diet makes it difficult for him to control his sphincter muscles. Do you think Trump should take this situation seriously?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of gross.
Lots of fiber and beans for Trump. I think he should have lots of leafy greens and beans. Lots of beans.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're going to like this one. You're going to love this one. This is great. This is the 70s, growing up in the 70s. Okay, this was like my childhood. It really was. And there's a lot of you too that will relate to this because this is great. I love this.
Ah, the 1970s. A majestic era before Wi-Fi, helicopter parenting, or the concept of basic safety regulations. If you're watching this on a $1,200 rectangle of glass while sipping an oat milk latte, brace yourself. I'm about to explain how an entire generation survived childhood relying solely on tap water and profound parental neglect. Let's talk transit. Long before apps and e-scooters, we had the big wheel. It was 100% hard plastic, sounded like a blender full of rocks, and we rode them until the front tire literally wore through. When you outgrew that, you graduated to a heavy metal bicycle with a banana seat. Helmets? Please. Our safety protocol was pretending we were Evel Knievel and hoping the pavement was forgiving. Our toys weren't educational or ergonomic, they were tetanus hazards. We played with Tonka trucks forged from actual heavy-duty steel and SST cars that launched off ramps like projectiles. If you didn't draw blood at least once by lunchtime, you simply weren't playing hard enough. And the supervision? Absolutely non-existent. The standard parental operating procedure was to shove you out the screen door at 8 a.m. and lock it behind you. The only tracking device they used was the sun. The golden rule? Don't come back until the streetlights come on. We built forts, explored the woods, and enjoyed the terrifying, exhilarating freedom of knowing our parents had absolutely no clue where we were. When you got thirsty, you didn't go inside for an artisanal hydration pouch. You drank from the garden hose. It was lukewarm, tasted heavily of rubber and neighborhood algae, and it was glorious. Eventually, the streetlights flickered on, signaling the end of your freedom. You went inside to watch one of the 3 available TV channels, serving as the unpaid human remote control for your dad. The 1970s. We didn't have a million entertainment options force-fed to us on tiny screens. We had Saturday morning cartoons, block parties, and a daily unspoken struggle for survival. We might not have had the internet, but at least we had sick bikes.
Yep. That was the way it was, man.
It was, dude. That was so good. I thought that was so good.
Times were fun. Lots of exploring around. We'd go to the old paint factory and go walk around the freaking old dead paint factory. We made a bike track through it.
Yeah.
We used to produce paint. I forget the name of the company that used Cabot's Paints.
Cabot's.
And yeah, and it was, they produced all the deadly lead paint. And, somebody busted the door down. We made a bike track inside the old warehouse.
Yeah.
And made a bike track with ramps and all kinds of crap and ran through there.
Yeah.
And, you explored around. You were all through
Yeah,
construction sites.
we had this vacant lot. There was an old farmhouse there years before we moved in, but it burnt down. And so there was just like this empty lot across the street from my house, and a bunch of us got together with shovels and pickaxes and shit, and we built a BMX track out there.
Yep.
Right, it was right across the street from my house. So yeah, everybody in the neighborhood would come and use it. And then some of the other kids made a competing one in a bigger area.
Yeah, you'd have races through it.
Yeah.
Whose track was better. And they had, well, man, exploration craziness. My friend got stuck in the mud.
There was this hill where everybody'd go and they'd ride their dirt bikes and ride them up this hill. And I remember I had this Yamaha 80. You've probably seen that picture of me on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do I have that in here? I think I might.
Yeah, tire tubes. How too funny.
It's on my Facebook though, I think.
House of Bad Influence. That tire company used to give us inner tubes.
Oh God. Yeah, we was yeah. Wait, where was I?
The things we did, unreal.
So Trump lost his shit at the reporters again. He's really having a rough time. Look, the courts said he got to take his name off the fucking Kennedy Center. They're not going to do the renovations he wants to do in there. They're going to be having their performances as scheduled after this thing is done. The judge has said you don't get to touch that. Get away from it. He's pissed off about that. He's pissed off about the funding for the ballroom thing. This is not working out. The reflecting pool in front of the Washington Monument is now the as above, so below symbolism. That is now, he's got it being painted some fucking American flag blue. But they've come in here with like 3 or 4 different colors of blue that they've painted this thing so far. And it's some kind of a sealant. There was no fucking bids taken on this. He just hired somebody to do it. No, that's not how you do shit. No bid contracts. You don't do that for projects that big. And this fucker, he's used to doing these construction projects, doing cost overruns and scraping the gravy off the top. That's what he used to do, man. It's what he did with those hotels and everything else like that. He bilked his fucking investors. It was bullshit. But here he is. He gets asked about the, files, the Trump files.
I'm not concerned about anything with the Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation? Mr. President.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN. Go ahead.
I think that's unfair.
You're a very rude person. The way you treat Sarah Huckabee is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you treat other people are horrible. You shouldn't treat people that way. Go ahead. Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts.
Well, I'm not a big fan of yours either. So
I understand.
To be honest,
so let me ask you a question, if I can. You repeatedly
said you aren't the best,
Mr. President. You repeatedly over the course of
just sit down, please. Well, when you report fake news, when you report fake news, which CNN does a lot, you are the enemy of the people. Go ahead.
What the fuck?
He's being extorted. He's being extorted just like all these other people are being extorted. If he don't do what those people tell him, well, that's why he protects that shit.
Yeah. Dude, that shows what he's really about, man. This guy. And the craziness that's coming out of him. Did you hear about what he said supposedly on the phone to Netanyahu? He said, you're fucking crazy. Everybody hates you. If it wasn't for me, you'd be in prison. Dude, come on, man. Come on. This is crazy. Let me put this up here for a minute. This is fucking nuts.
Well, this is some breaking news I think we should talk about.
U.S. President Donald Trump reportedly fumed at Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during a call Monday, calling the premier effing crazy and telling him that everyone hates Israel, and he demanded Israel agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah terror group. Axios cited a U.S. official who summarized Trump's message to Netanyahu as followed. You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. End quote. A second source briefed on the call told the outlet that the U.S. president was pissed and at one point yelled at Netanyahu, "What the F are you doing?" So here's the thing, President Trump. This is exactly how many of us feel with you. What the F are you doing? Are you effing crazy? Why did you ever get into bed with this guy? Now, some will say it's because of a lot of money that was given to you. Joe Biden, guess how much money he got from AIPAC? Around $11 million. Guess how much money Donald Trump got from these people? Over $230 million, and that's just what was reported. That's not to mention how much money
that's a lot of
this
money.
person has given Trump personally. So President Trump, you know that feeling that you had during that phone call? That's how we feel. You need to distance away from the political state of Israel immediately, resign, and allow somebody to take over that doesn't have conflict of interest after conflict of interest. You're done, Trump. And so is Netanyahu. Oh, and just one more thing. Maybe this is why he felt like he could do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, with all of our resources.
Yeah, man.
I would love that. This was a special token of affection given by myself and the First Lady to Prime Minister and the First Lady of Israel. And it's a key. We call it a key to the White House, and it's a key to our country and to our hearts. And you've been an amazing leader for a long period of time. And this is, in many respects, the big day, because this is something that's very special. And we just left UAE and Bahrain. We're going to meet outside in a ceremony. And it's just a very important event, and it's an honor to have you with us, baby. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have said, and this is true, that you have the key to the hearts of the people of Israel because of all the great things you've done for the Jewish state and the Jewish people. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Jesus Christ.
It's sad in every way. I think he's being extorted. I think they all are. They're in those positions because they'll do the bidding because they have to. So, it's life and death if they don't do it, I'm sure. And that goes for them and their family because their families are also being extorted. It isn't anything new. The Bidens were extorted. His kids were extorted. Everything about it, that's what it is. That's all it is. You don't get into those positions because you're smart. You don't get into those positions because you went to college. You don't get in those positions. You get in those positions because you know people or you're a doer. You're a person who's going to do the shit that they want you to do. That's how you get in those positions. Joe Blow, me, you, whatever, is never going to get into those positions. It's never going to happen.
Oh, no. Okay, you have to be compromised and groomed for it. I mean, listen, it takes a real low life to get up that high in politics,
You got it.
And when I say that, I think sometimes, my friend Mike, he's the mayor, and he kind of gets, and I always make an exception. I say, I'm not talking about this little Stanley, the municipality, that kind of thing. I says, although it has in the past seen its share of corruption, you know that. He says, yeah. I said, okay. So I says, when you got to think, I says, you saw what you went through in your campaign for mayor, right? He says, yeah. I says, now imagine that on a bigger scale, all the dirty shit that gets pulled between the two in order to try to get higher amounts of votes. Who you got to schmooze up to, all this and the high cost. He goes, yeah, I can see where that would come in. I says, and then you're beholden
to the people who paid you, who gave you the money to get into that position.
Right. Look at Miriam Edelson giving him all that money, right?
Yeah.
He flat out told that exactly what that bought. to everybody that, you know, she wants me to do everything for Israel, you know. So she had more cash than you voters who put me up here. Fuck you, you know.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean that office has been for sale for a long time, way before I was born.
My cousin, my third cousin, Warren G. Harding, was involved in a thing called the Teapot Dome scandal. It's like, look, man, politics is fucking dirty shit, man. Dirty shit. And so consequently, it draws dirty people. Those are the people that win because they're horrible. And they usually find these people that they just pick who they're going to have run. They start grooming them.
Yep.
They compromise them. Then they own them.
Yep.
You see how that goes? Hey, yeah, well, we really like what you got to say. We're going to fly you over to this next city and everything. Hey, right on. You know, hey, we got some pretty girls on the plane too while we're going. Yeah, hell yeah. Look at here. These cash donations are coming in like wildfire to your campaign. See, then you get him in compromising situation.
And now you have shit on them. And now you can get them to do what they want to do. And now if they don't, well, we could pull this money, or we could leak this information out, or these videos out, or this information that you took money from somebody. See, something could happen. And if you tell them who we are that gave you this, well, you know, you could be hanging by a tree and, you know, you could fall off a railing. You know, an accident could happen, maybe to your family. That's how they do it.
If I had the inclination to vote, I think I would do it on the basis of who had less campaign funds. That's who I would go with, who had less campaign funds. I would look at that to start with, because then you know that this guy's not doing it for the, you know, trying to raise a bunch of money and shit. He's doing what he can. And obviously, the control system does not want him to be there.
Nope.
You see? So I'm going, okay, that guy is probably more honest. Not saying he is honest or that this is a litmus test, but
yeah,
it's definitely leads to a semi-logical conclusion that, you know, okay, well, look, they don't want him there. That means that he's not for what they are. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's take that into consideration right there.
Why ain't he getting the same money as the other guy? Why ain't he getting the same TV attention? Why ain't because and that's exactly the point. The point is that that person is not in the know. They don't know the people. They don't have that. But you know what? There is some people that didn't have that. They've run for election 6, 7, 8 times, never won a thing. And then all of a sudden they've got all this support and they're saying all this shit. Swami, who was that fucking guy that was going on there trying to debate flat earthers? The guy from Massachusetts, the freaking Indian guy who said he created email.
Oh, what the fuck was his name?
The Swami guy.
I talked to him before. He's retarded.
Exactly. All right. He's run for
I mean, I literally, he had come on a panel I was on or something, and the dude was fucking retarded. Shiva. Yeah.
Right.
He's literally fucking stupid as shit.
That guy has never won an election for anything. He has probably run for 10 different offices and never wins. And he never wins. He makes money from losing. He's made more money from losing elections than winning them, because he's the guy they throw into the elections to sway people to pull votes from one side or the other. And every time they have an election, who's in there every time? Him. Where does he get all this money to do it? How the hell does he even live to do it? Because he's the guy that they pull into the elections to screw the elections up, and he makes money from it.
You know, Bernie Sanders ain't never fucking worked a day in his life. He has lived off other people his entire life.
I remember when he went to Russia, and they asked him what was the thing. He went to the Soviet Union, and they asked him what was the thing that was most impressive. He said, "Oh, the public transportation." I said, "Holy shit, this guy is this sack of shit."
Bernie Sanders. I could not see him as president. I can only picture him as like a kosher deli owner. You know what I'm saying? Can you see him in it? You got to have the pastrami on the rod.
He's just a useful idiot.
Yeah, he's
same
not.
thing with him. He's just gotten paid to do what he does, to go on and
Right.
disrupt elections. Every election, he always sticks his nose in it, and of
Yeah.
course, it's the same shit. It's the same shit, different pile. You know, they have these commercials going around up here because they have elections coming up, and you know, oh, if everybody just sent me $5, we could get people back into. What do you like? You're gonna fix the problems all of a sudden, really?
Yeah.
You're really gonna step in and be the guy, the adult who's gonna step in and say, "You're wrong. You're wrong. You're all wrong. You're all under arrest." Like, of course you're not. You're just gonna step into it so you can get rich. You're just gonna get insider information to trade. It's just the same shit.
Of course. You know, they should bar people that are in civil service of Congress or the legislature and all that from being able to trade in stocks
Mm-hmm.
in any way. Not through a trust, nothing. Nope. Nothing like that. Fuck that.
It's amazing.
Listen, we don't need elites in the fucking government. You want to get rid of that. Okay? All these motherfuckers are, for the most part, rich kids that grew up with privilege and power. They grew up learning how to con you by making you think that they're one of you.
Yeah.
They're not.
Trump did it with MAGA.
Yeah.
Trump did it with MAGA.
Right.
That was the biggest, if you ask me, in my lifetime. Or let me ask you, who was the one that friggin' hoodwinked you the worst? Or who was the one that you saw in your lifetime, politician or a president candidate or whatever, senator, anybody? Who was the one that you seen in your life that you stood back and said, this guy's full of shit? Like,
yeah.
you knew that he I think Trump
going way back as a kid. I mean, I could tell that a lot of these guys were full of shit, politicians, but presidents, this guy, you just gotta, at this point, anybody with brain cells would just take whatever he says is not true.
Yeah. Everything he says, everything.
He makes up shit on the spot. He just pulls shit out of his ass and throws it out there on the table, distracts away. That's why when he's asked hardball questions by reporters, he'll go like, well, he'll say, "Who are you? Who are you with?" "Oh, it's a terrible network. Your ratings suck. You should be fired. You suck donkey dicks and shit," and just attack the person before they can even get their question out, you know?
Yeah.
Like he did to that guy. I guess that was Jim Acosta. I don't know who it was. But I mean, the fact that, what the fuck, man? You're asking a legitimate question, man. And you're not going to float this goddamn idea that this shit's a hoax. It's not a hoax. Nobody's believing that, Trump. Nobody's believing that. Okay? No one in the world believes that. And you keep trying to sell it. Just because you stick with it doesn't make it true. We know better. We're not stupid people, man.
He doesn't have an option to not stick with it. He has to. That's what I'm saying, is that you can see the compromise in him because of the way he speaks now. The longer you listen to him and the longer you see him talk, or the longer you see his mannerisms when people talk to him, you could tell. I mean, he wears that shit on him. It's so easy to read.
He puts off such an air of privilege that it's very off-putting. It's very off-putting to me. I'm not much on a braggart anyways, you know. Yeah. I don't think that you should sing your own praises. I'm pretty modest in that fucking respect, you know, of somebody else, because I get kind of like, oh, come on, man. You know, if I get a compliment from somebody else, I'm like, you know, thank you, you know. But I'm not going to go out there and make monuments to myself and shit. That would feel cringy doing something like that.
You don't have one in your yard, the sob statue?
No. No.
One more thing, too.
So fucking cringy. Think about that.
One more thing,
a person would want to, like, these fucking Caesars and emperors and shit. They always have portraits of themselves hanging in places and always posting their image. And that's what he does on that Truth Social. Just posts these fucking madhouse fucking tweets all night long, man.
You don't
And
want to have a picture. You don't want to have a picture of you sitting in in a comfortable chair with a smoking jacket on, with a library behind you, put on the wall, the bong in your hand.
I could do that.
One more thing too. I wanted to ask you before you do the video, and I apologize. I didn't want to go long, but him doing what he's doing is screwing every other person who, if they did run and say, I am going to do all the things that he said he'd do, everybody now is going to be like, oh, you're full of shit. So he's screwing every other person who really could, who really does really want to fix things, or could really fix things. And he is screwing every other person because of what he did at this whole MAGA shit.
Yeah.
So any other person who's going to run.
This is the thing, though, okay? When you're a crooked salesman, you got to make sure that your contract is binding but ambiguous, okay? So that you could turn it however you want to. You notice lately he said MAGA is whatever he says it is, okay?
Yeah.
So apparently he's Make America Great Again. It's not about a movement, it's about a man now, you see? And what actually does that mean? It's so subjective. Make America great again. So this implies at some point in history, America was great. And we need to find out what is it that constitutes great. But nobody looks at it like that. Nobody looks at it. And listen, that ain't his. That ain't his. That was Ronald Reagan's fucking slogan. Make America great again. That ain't no shit. In fact, in that movie, The Apprentice, it shows him holding that campaign button and looking at it in his desk. A Ronald Reagan campaign button, Make America
So he didn't
great
come up with that. He just hijacked it from somebody
Yes,
else.
sir. Okay.
That's it.
So being that it's a very subjective, ambiguous term, Make America Great Again, because it's subjective to what your interpretation of great is and when that was. So everybody's got a different interpretation of that. So they just think of the most wonderful time that they think was in America, and that's what we're going back to. Now he's made it clear that no, it's him. He's what will make America great again. And so it's obviously subjective to him and not to his people. See, now it's not about the ideology, it's about his ideology. And so by proxy, all the MAGA people are kind of on board with that, unless they've divorced themselves from that cult. I mean, that's the best way I can put it. That makes sense.
Where's the Q drops now?
Yeah, right. Every so often on Twitter, I see them, and they're hilarious. They're fucking hilarious. I'm like, oh, come on. I usually get halfway through it, and I go, oh, this is a fucking Q thing, and I leave. Like, I mean, this is the dumbest shit. Trust the plan. Okay. Right on.
Light, green light. Red light, green light.
No, the nice man didn't say he had candy in the van. He said he would take us to get candy. Okay.
So don't worry. The white hats will save us.
The white hats. Yeah. That's naive. Thinking that there are good guys in government that are going to come and save you from government.
Don't worry. Okay. Marshall Dillon's on the way.
Oh, my God. Oh, I got trivia for you. And don't use your computer, D-man.
I promise I won't.
All right. So, on the TV show Bonanza, you know that there's the three brothers, right? There's Little Joe, there's Haas, and there's Adam. What's Haas's real name? Not the actor, but his real given name.
Oh, I don't know.
It's gonna blow you away, man. It's weird. He doesn't look like him. Eric.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I guess it was his mother's idea. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Bonanza reruns, man. There's it's cool because you see these actors and they're real young, you know, and they were big actors. They'd be like a guest star on the show. And I saw one last night. It was James Coburn was on there. He was real young. And I was like, yeah, that show went a long time, man.
I think Ed Ames was on that show. You remember Ed Ames, the singer? I think he was
They had
one of the
Slim
Native
Pickens.
Americans.
They had Slim Pickens on there on one of them.
Slim Pickens, the country singer.
Oh, one I watched this afternoon had Marianne from Gilligan's Island.
Yeah.
And I saw another one the other night that had the skipper was on it. So yeah, you see these actors and you're like, oh, that's that dude, right? Wow, look how young he looks. It's pretty trippy. I like it. Anyway, about the Star. Oh yeah, that's the thing too. It's like I'm watching Gunsmoke. Here's these cowboys in the Old West, right? Okay, they're in Nevada territory. Nice. I've been in that area. It's beautiful. It looks, you know, they're pretty accurate with the scenery they use and everything. And and come to find out, every one of those cowboys is damn near is a Jew.
Yeah.
Even the
Lauren
fucking
Green.
bartender. I'm like, that bartender's a Jew. He was he was on
Lauren Green. Lauren Green was a Jew.
Yeah. So
Before
was
you
Michael
start,
Landon.
before you start this, Star of Remfam.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. And
well, he said the hidden meaning behind.
Oh yeah.
Star
Moloch.
of Remfam. Yeah.
And Moloch, as it's depicted, I think in Acts in the Bible.
Yeah. Well, you praise to your Star of Remfam.
Yeah.
In honor of the Israel Day Parade that just happened in New York, we're going to go over the history of the Israeli flag and the Star of David. It's really cool what the Israelis did. They took a symbol that represented something dark and evil and demonic and made it represent what it does today. So there was a book that breaks down the entire fascinating history of this symbol, and it was written by Pastor O.J. Graham. Now, this book was published in 1984, and it breaks down all the juicy information that you don't see today that may have been forgotten. So it turns out the Star of David wasn't really being used at all. So it got resurrected by Theodore Herzl in 1897, and he started using it for the Zionist convention. And initially, it was a flag of the Zionist Congress. Now, they adopted it in 1948 for Israel and replaced the star and made it a different color. But just because it was used by the Zionist convention doesn't mean it doesn't have Bible references, guys. This is biblical. So if you flip open your Bibles and go to Acts 7:43, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, this is where you're going to see the Bible references where it talks about actually this is a symbol of Moloch. Now, in case you're unaware, Moloch is actually the demon of child sacrifice, where they would build a large golden bull and take a baby and light it on fire and sacrifice it to this demon, which, funny enough, brings a strong relation to the red heifer ritual that everybody was talking about just last year. So it's quite cool what they did. They took something that had nothing to do with Abraham faiths at all, and it actually had a very dark and twisted past that represents the death of children, and slapped it as the flag of their country. And now they're waving this exact same flag and symbol down the streets of New York, parading it around for the world to see and celebrating it. Now, some may argue that this gives that particular demon a little bit of energy, and it may be just a giant ritual for the demon, but that's just some people. If you want to know more, the book called The Six-Pointed Star, written by O.J. Graham, is free online. I found a PDF real quick that breaks down the entire history of the star. And by the way, he is actually a Jewish Christian that was raised in Israel. This guy knows a lot about the history of the land. He knows a lot about what the star really means.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I mentioned it on a post on the Young Turks, and it got almost 100 thumbs ups. I don't think a lot of people knew what the Star Remfam was. One person put a question mark, which I thought was strange. Like, what the hell is this? And I think people actually started to search it and started to realize that, that's not what it's meant to be.
Here, I commented on that because he said about their history, and I said Israel doesn't have a history; it has a criminal record.
Yeah. Here's just a quick reference. It says, ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch, the star of your god Remfam, figures which ye made to worship them. It says, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon. And it's mentioned in 743. Ram fans quoting the Old Testament prophet Amos.
Hold on, I'm getting some feedback from you, Hobie.
Oh man, is my microphone getting all fucking weird and shit?
Yeah, it's going.
Is it really?
Yes.
Son of a bitch. All right, man. Well, hey, cheers.
There you go.
Hi, guys.
Well, hang on.
What's up, man?
It sounds like it quit. It sounds like it stopped.
Hold your right arm up and grab the tinfoil.
Yeah, and go like this. Go like this and rotate your elbow to the east.
Crunch the tinfoil.
Listen, I'll do
There you
Fonz
go.
early, I'll do it
Oh,
again.
he's getting Starlink now. Fuck, look, he's getting Starlink. He's Elon.
There you go. That'll get better reception now.
How's it now? There you go.
Yeah, working great.
It's fine. Yeah,
All right.
just put it. You're
Yeah.
okay. Nope, it's still doing it a little bit.
there's a
Is
little
it
bit.
still fucking humming? Fucking fuck's sakes.
You're a little hot too, so turn your volume down a little bit.
Just turn it down. That's probably what it is.
Oh, shitballs. I thought I did. All right.
Turn it down even more.
There you go.
How's
To the
that?
radio.
That's
Keep
pretty
going.
good.
A little better?
Keep going down a little bit. Yeah.
Keep going.
Fuck, I can't. I'm at 5.
Oh, you can go.
Yeah,
Go down to 2.
yeah, that's about good. You're good. Leave it there. We'll see how that works out.
Oh, I can barely hear you guys. No, because I'm analog, so I run my shit through my stereo system. So I'm
Oh,
listening
you
to
turned down
Right.
our volume. Wait, you turned down our volume? No, turn down your volume on
Your
your,
mic volume.
on your microphone. On your microphone, not on the sound, not on what we're saying. I didn't mean turn the video volume down. I meant turn down your camera volume, your microphone volume.
How the fuck do I do that?
It's hang on. Go ahead and just talk. I can do it.
All right.
Just
I'll keep saying. No, it's like I wanted to chime in on what you guys are talking about. I completely forgot what the fuck you're talking about now.
There you go. Perfect.
that works. That works. I said it's automatically adjust the volume. Isn't that cool? I'm a wizard over here, man.
That hat definitely erased my memory of what I was gonna fucking say. But you guys
See?
talk about some good shit. I love
Well,
this show. I love watching you. I don't like jumping in because my microphone sucks.
No, you're all right, man.
Oh, you're all right, man. You're good, man. We fixed it, dude.
Awesome.
I'm the technician, the director, the talent,
Producer.
a producer, everything. I have to do it all. I even have to get I'm
Push
my
you
own
down.
assistant. I'm my own assistant. I have to go get my own coffee. Oh my god.
I didn't want to go on a Bible tear. I just wanted to use that as a reference.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, I dig it.
Amos mentions your god Moloch. They mention in there. And the Iranians just like 3 weeks ago were burning effigies of Moloch in this friggin' street. Did you see that one from like last month? Three weeks ago. They were burning these big effigies with the star on it, burning the shit in the street.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Right? It's like
The Iranian.
Can I not make a Star of David out of wood, soak it in gas, light it on fire, and throw frisbees through it and not get in trouble? Right?
Well,
good.
As long as you're
And
not
film it and put it on Hobie.
I don't know, as long as you're not creating a fire hazard, or
No.
something like that. But I'd be careful about throwing shit on fire up in the air. And,
Yeah. Fuck.
I mean,
Having poodles jump through it.
yeah, you could do that.
Flaming poodles. Yes.
Right?
No, I can't do that either.
No, why you want to burn up poodles? Come on, man.
Whatever. Fucking poodles. Come on.
There's still little dogs.
Yeah, I know. They'll be fine. No harm will come to the poodle
Well, no fire. Okay.
until they jump through that fucking Star of David.
No, they don't need to jump through fire hoops. Nobody wants to see that. That's hokey. Even when they go to the circus and they make a tiger jump through the hoop of fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a girl there with a little skimpy outfit on with directing the tiger. And nobody's watching the fucking tiger. They're checking out that chick with that outfit on, man. That's what's up. You know that. So you don't even really have to have real fire. Just have a fan and some like orange and red foil streamers.
Yes.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? There's always
Yeah.
a solution. That way the animal doesn't get freaked out too, right?
No, exactly.
Okay. So this is interesting. They're going to merge they're trying to anyways. I don't think it's constitutional. They're going to try to merge the Israeli military with the United States military. No, that is totally against the Constitution.
Aren't they already though?
100%
We don't want
It
anything.
kind of is already though, right? It's like Canadian military and China were already merged.
Well, this is their way of securing like endless fucking funding.
Yep.
That's what this is.
They're a welfare state anyway,
Yeah.
so
They don't produce anything except death and destruction.
death and destruction. I was just going to say
Yeah.
the same thing. That's all they do is just kill.
Yeah, Canadian military, Chinese military. Yeah, it's the same. Who cares? Who cares? Nobody's ever cared.
Well, Chinese military is not openly attacking anyone.
Not yet.
Well, they don't have any reason to. They already know that.
Just buy your ass, that's all.
Yeah, they don't have to fucking fight a war. They can already. They don't need to. They don't need to. They got. Listen, I don't believe all the bullshit they tell me about China. You know,
it's paper tiger.
I mean, I really don't. I don't believe, all the shit that they tell me. Now, all good lies are interstrewn with little bits of truth to make it
Right.
credible.
Okay, so hang on. I hear what you're saying. I live in Canada. There's Chinese police stations in Canada that we don't even know about. But there are, in fact, Chinese police stations in Canada.
I heard about that.
We're training fucking you.
Wait a minute.
Canadian military are taking pictures of training fucking Chinese military in our north. We're buddies with China, man.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
We're just begging for the United States to come up here and just fucking fuck us, man. It's fucking.
Well, why? Why would we? Unless China makes an aggressive move toward the United States.
Okay, so buying out your neighbor should be a bit of an aggressive fucking move, wouldn't you think?
That's it. But see, and there again, I have to appeal. Unlike a lot of our diplomats today, I have to appeal to the sovereignty of your nation, Canada. I have to appeal to the sovereignty.
Our so-called leaders are traitors. I want to hang them. That's well known.
And what the hell are you not doing that for? That's what I ask here in the United States.
I can't.
What the hell are we doing? Why
I cannot fucking figure it out for life of me. Why we haven't fucking hung these cocksuckers, man?
I'll tell you why. People are ready to get out the pitchforks and the torches, and they know this. So now what they do is they convince the pitchfork people that the torch people want to take away their pitchforks, okay? And get them fighting amongst each other. That's what they always do. We got to stop that bullshit and realize that we all have one common enemy. That common enemy is government.
Wait. You have to vote harder next time. If you just vote harder next time, you'll win.
Never going to vote your way out of this bullshit. Never going to vote your way out of this bullshit.
Just fucking vote harder, bud. Hard.
Yeah.
Hard. Vote hard. You didn't vote hard enough last time, bud.
Yeah, it doesn't matter voting. It doesn't matter. It's just consent. And they tell you that right up front. They tell you it's decided by the Electoral College. Come on, man.
It's not good.
Right. No, it's not. So check this out.
Congress is introducing new language in the latest NDAA that essentially merges the Israeli military into the U.S. military. Right now, Israel is scrambling because they're losing the favor of the United States public. They know their clock is ticking. If you're going to lose the support of the American people, what can you do? Well, you could take over their military. It's titled United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. This is basically every strategic technology expected to define warfare over the next 30 years, and we're going to entangle every aspect of it with the Israelis. Counter drone systems, air, maritime, and ground, anti-tunneling and subterranean warfare, missile and air defense, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, machine learning and autonomous systems, directed energy and advanced sensing technologies, cyber defense, electronic warfare and digital resilience, biotechnology, biomanufacturing and medical defense, network integration, data fusion and contested logistics, defense industrial base cooperation, manufacturing and co-production, and other emerging technologies jointly agreed upon by the United States and Israel. They want the Pentagon to identify jointly developed or Israeli origin technologies with operational value that could be integrated into U.S. military systems and programs of record. Israel would have all of the tech, all of the development, all of the AI, all of this stuff that is written into this bill. It would be all controlled by Israel. So we would be at the behest of them, very much the same way that Europe is at the behest of the United States. It's not a good situation. This is a country giving away its sovereignty. This is going to marry us forever. It's basically we're having children. That means you can never get rid of each other. We want a divorce, we can't have one. It would kill your sons and daughters. That would be the argument. Because if we disentangle from Israel, suddenly we lose our military defense capabilities. And these dumb idiots in Congress who take a ton of money from the Israel lobby and will do anything for a buck are basically selling the country's sovereignty away. Congress is willing to just sell us off to the highest bidder. They've been doing it for a long time, but this is where things get very, very dangerous for the country.
I like her, Kim Iverson. I like her.
They've been selling us down the line all our lives.
I know, but what sucks though is we're all waking up now, and we all thought that, okay, well, Canada's retarded, New Zealand's retarded, Australia's retarded, Germany and England, yeah, they went retarded. But at least we got that last bastion. At least the United States, USA, no, they're fucked now too. Oh my God, we're fucked. Because you guys are the last bastion of fucking freedom, man. You guys,
shit,
we're fucked with you. If
for
you
right
fall,
now,
we all fall, right?
Well, I think it's gonna. I think at some point it's gonna hit a breaking point. I think that point is very, very near, very, very near right now. And I don't think we're still not getting the real casualty numbers. You know, they're telling us how many killed, right? We don't know how many are, they haven't told us how many are missing in action, how many have been captured, because the Iranians claim to have fucking captured soldiers from incursions that they've tried to make. And now that could be propaganda, but I find it hard to believe with the amount of missile damage making most of our bases in that region unlivable, uninhabitable, because they're fucking blowed the shit up. Okay. You can't tell me that there aren't, how many were wounded? All right. Just because they're not killed don't mean they didn't have a leg blowed off, an arm blowed off, eye blowed out, concussion, you know, paralyzed, broken back, whatever. You know, that's a lot of fucking explosive power to blow those bases off the map damn near. You know? So I think that once the real casualty numbers start coming out, that's going to add to this stress on this fucking bloated pumpkin.
Well, look at the casualties in Ukraine right now since 2014. Like, it's like 5, maybe 10% tops that are bullet wounds. That's like 10% of all the casualties of all the that's a lot. Most of them are a lot of them, by the way, are civilians and fucking elderly and dogs. And
they're using these drones, man. They're these cheap,
but they're all
fucking radio controlled drones.
Shrapnel, it's concussions, it's all kinds of shit. It's not bullet wounds because nobody's fucking up front shooting bullets and stuff. It's not like if you you can't hide the fucking numbers, man, because they try to hide the numbers, but you can't because they're eventually going to get out some numbers. Unfortunately, they're not like the Germans. Like the Germans are very efficient.
Eventually going to come out. Look, the numbers are eventually going to come out. They're going to be much higher. And we already know they tell
there's not very many percentage of people that are dying in Ukraine from bullet wounds It's from
They
fucking
think
drones and
you,
bombs and blasts. It's from death from above, man.
yeah, they think you are retarded. Okay, they do. They'll run this story on you, right? One of our aircraft gets shot down. They send in these people to get him. This guy traveled somehow over 100 miles through the mountains, injured, to rendezvous with these right now. Where is this fucking pilot? Where is he? He was being chased by the IRGC, right? And his leg was fucked up somehow, right? And I know what that's like because my hip's been fucked up.
Yeah, I know. They prop him like a propaganda piece, and they'd be like up there, like he's come back from fucking the moon, right?
So I ain't buying all that shit. So this is pretty cool. Watch this. This is this guy outside with a sign. You're gonna love this one, D-Man.
Nice. So where do you want to do this?
There's an old gag on the Three Stooges. Mo has a breakdown, and they decide to take Mo out into the forest so he could relax because of his nerves. And Larry's sitting at the table. Mo's cooking breakfast, and Joe walks in, and he says, "Boy, this place is fine for hunting." And Larry says, "Well, how do you know that?" And he said, "There's a sign outside that says fine for hunting."
What's that one? Yeah, I get fine. It's all right. Just go ahead and do it.
It's the English language. You interpret it whatever you want.
Right. Well, there was an old Laurel and Hardy that was pretty funny. They were like in the First World War, and he told the skinny dude, he said, guard this post, until you're relieved. And so the skinny guy, he takes his rifle and he's marching back and forth, and there's like all these crates of sea rations and shit they're buying. And the war is over, and this motherfucker don't know it. And he's been marching back and forth to there's like a trench. There's a trench there, and he's in this trench marching back and forth. And the fat guy shows up and tries to tell him the war is over. And he says, "No, it isn't." It's a pretty funny little skit. But yeah, that's another one where he said, "Don't stop until you're relieved." And so he just stayed there for like a couple years, marching back and forth. I found it funny.
Did you know that did you ever read the thing about that Japanese soldier that was after the war, and he was like hiding in a mountain till like the 60s, and he was still out there 20 years later because no one had relieved him of duty or told him the war was over?
God, yeah, I remember hearing about that. And there was a movie based on something like that too once. Seems like they made a movie about that.
I went out tonight. Actually went out, left my house. I went to a place in Hamilton. Can I plug it? This is them.
Yeah, you're really not supposed to show. What is it? Oh,
Crooksies.
Crooksies. All right, cool.
Yeah, check this out. This is the back of their shirt, which I like. This is Hamilton. I'm from the Hammer.
Oh boy. Nice. So
isn't that cool?
Right.
The old lift bridge. No, that bridge lifts up. There's like Peregrine falcons that fucking nest up there and shit. It's an awesome bridge.
That's pretty cool.
It's one of the canal bridges, man. Like the Great Lakes. They're Great Lakes guy.
Yeah, the lift bridges. Those are cool as shit, man.
That's
we was up by the Sioux Locks a few months ago. Well, like back in September. We was up by the Sioux Locks. We
nice.
Me and my wife, we went up there, and then we Yeah, it was pretty wild, man. It was pretty cool. There's old shit
watching the ships go through and stuff. It's pretty neat, right?
It's old. There's some old shit there, man. There really is. I saw stuff from the 1600s on the cornerstone in Sault Ste. Marie.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of history here, man.
Yeah.
People
I
don't
was
know
telling
that.
my wife, I said, pirates,
No, but there's
there
a
was
reason
pirates.
why like Americans or Canadians are like we're so much the same, but we're slightly different. Don't think people
Yeah,
get the
slightly.
whole difference part, right?
Yeah.
It's
So
like a
check this
loyalty
out.
thing, right?
This is pretty good, man. Everything is falling apart for this motherfucker. Everything is falling apart for this guy.
Donald Trump calls for freedom to be canceled and replaced by MAGA rally following exodus of sexual performers. Damn near everybody. Damn near everybody that they thought were going to perform has pulled out. Nobody wants their name tied to this shit. Is this hilarious? Fuck yeah, it is. Is Donald Trump going to take this L with some class and dignity? Hell no. I understand artists are getting the yips having to do with their performances on Wednesday, he wrote on Truth Social. So I am thinking about bringing the #1 attraction anywhere in the world. He's such a fucking narcissist. The one man who gets much larger audiences than Elvis in his prime. And he does so without a guitar. The man who loves our country more than anyone else. And the man who some say is the greatest president in history. Get the fuck out of here, the GOAT, Donald J. Trump. Mind you, he's writing this about himself. To take the place of the highly played third-rate, or now they're third-rate artists. Now that they don't want to perform, they're third-rate artists. Okay. It never fucking fails. Whenever someone stands against him or goes against this bullshit administration, they go from being the best thing since sliced bread to the lowest forms of fucking scumbag pieces of shit in the world. Somebody get me off this fucking ride. Get me off!
Yep.
Everybody bailed out on his shit. So can you believe he say that about himself?
Sure. Well,
He has a whole bunch of plaques all the way down the fucking walls of the White House that he wrote with his own goddamn fucking writing, engraved in gold-plated fucking plaques. It's man, the guy is like a narcissist fucking psycho, but obviously. Like,
yeah, he's pretty
bad.
bad.
At 2016, it was funny. Like, it's just funny. He's not a politician. Look at him fucking make all the politicians squirm. Now he's like, no, I'm gonna drain the swamp. Now he is the fucking swamp, motherfuckers. He's like, fuck you, I'm the fucking swamp now.
Listen, this is the thing about this guy, man. Somebody at some point in time had to have had told him that, dude, that's really fucking cringe. When you brag,
he'll double down on
like that. You know what that tells me? Somebody who's all the time. 1, he lies continuously. 2, he brags himself up. Okay, this is very telling because he's the opposite of everything he brags himself up to be. He has very low opinion of himself, so he has to build this story around himself and get you to believe it.
It's like if your best friend tells you, like, dude, you smell like shit. Yes, but it's the best shit. It's the best shit you've ever smelled.
Yeah. See, it's
right?
just
He'll just double down on the smell of his shit. It's the best shit you've ever smelled. It's rich man shit.
Can you imagine having to smell that? Yeah,
Jesus.
people that I never thought, they're coming out and saying shit that's like, dude, this guy is. Here's Nicole Brown Simpson, talking about it. Isn't that who that is, D-Man?
Yeah.
That's
Al Cowlings. Him and Al Cowlings. My friend had the exact same white Bronco.
Ah.
And we used to joke around and say, hey, how about it, Al Cowlings on the CB? He'd say, I'm in the white Bronco. I'm in the OJ Bronco.
I remember watching that. that on TV. I was like, are you fucking shitting me? And I was, what was remarkable about it was this, okay? There was so many fucking cop cars during this low speed chase. Okay. And I was like, wait a second, why is it necessary for every cop
pit maneuver
in the city to be after the same vehicle? I mean, that's kind of like, isn't that kind of
because
like
they'd fucking shoot you or me, right? There's a guy in Nova Scotia that has a white Bronco just like it right now, current time. You know his license plate says? Not OJ.
So, you know, to me, that amount of cops on something like that is kind of like, you know, oh, I'll get that fly, and you try to smash it with a brick. You know, it's like that's a little bit of overkill. It wasn't necessary. You could have used the newspaper and not fucking dented in the coffee table, you know, that kind of thing. But that's just me. I'm like, why do they got to have 500 fucking cops chasing one guy? Dude,
seemed a little sus, right? Like,
2 good cars, 3 at the most. It's all you should need.
Yeah.
If you're on one of those pursuits like that.
Pretty sure they bring it the spike strips for you and I. Like, after
dude, I know a guy. And long story, he was.
If we ran from the cops in our car, we get shot in the head.
It was a long time ago, and this dude he ran off with the mayor's daughter in her car, and they was like rolling down the highway headed toward Richmond. And state police, he said he had that thing up to like 160 miles an hour.
Holy shit, that's fast. That is fucking fast.
He said when they threw that spike strip out in front of him and he hit that fucking thing, he said he went down to 70 like instantaneously.
Yeah, well, throwing the spike strips in front, 160. This isn't kilometer. I've done 160 kilometers. That's fast, man.
Yeah.
160 miles an hour.
Yeah, she had like some kind of really fucking fancy car. So you know what?
You're doing 160K.
After the dude, listen,
somebody, man.
Listen, after the kid, I don't know if it was 160 or it might have been a little less than that, but I mean, he said it slowed. I think it might have been 140. He said it slowed down to 70, like instantaneously.
If you've lost all traction, you're fucking lucky didn't.
So right after he gets out of jail, the girl's dad sees him in town and says, "So you're gonna buy a new set of tires for her car?" And this is like a couple of years. He was in jail for a couple of years for that because there was a high speed chase, man, down the fucking expressway with him. Yeah, it was pretty wild. He was a wild dude. He's been on this show before. He's been over to my house and sitting here talking. He's a pretty cool dude, but he had his wild days. Usually always over some kind of crazy broad. And it's like this dude, I'm not kidding you, man. I had to ask him. I says, "Well, dude, where do you pick up women? Do you go out down to Stanton to the fucking mental institution and just wait for one to get released?" And I'm like, every fucking bitch he's ever had is like Fruit Loops, man. Every fucking one of them. I feel bad
for power to pussy. It's power to pussy.
And they always end up fucking him over and getting him locked up for something, man. Always.
Every guy I've ever met in jail was always because he was in there because of his woman.
Yeah, yeah.
I was in there for a bar fight. They're in there because they got beat the shit out by their woman, but they went to jail. And then get this. These guys would get out of jail, go back to the same woman, and come back, and I'd still be in there, and they'd be fucking coming back. You went back to the same woman, didn't you? Yep. Fucking idiots. They go back to the same woman. They call the cops on them. And they
but I love her.
Surprise, surprise.
That's a cycle. But
she loves me, though. But she loves me.
Yeah. That's a cycle.
It's a codependent relationship.
Anyway, let's watch this.
Trump thing is so disappointing because he did seem like he was going to be different. He was independently wealthy, so there was some reason to believe he wasn't going to need their money or be swayed by it. He took $200 million from Marian Adelson. How did we think that was going to end? How I saw it? Like, there's no way he's going to be pressured by a lobby into reversing himself on one of his top and principal campaign promises. It would be the same as continuing Joe Biden's open border policies. That's how impossible it seemed that Trump would start a war. Iran was not close to getting a nuclear weapon. Those are lies. We saw the intelligence assessment right before we launched the war saying they're nowhere near a nuclear weapon. So just stop, okay? Post the June strike, Trump is the one who told us he obliterated their nuclear weapons. Pete Hegseth told us that. And now we're not allowed to believe that, or we're anti-Semites. So f you for telling me I'm no longer allowed to believe that. You're the ones who told me that. Trump thing is so disappointing.
That's some shit. There's a lot of people coming to their senses about that, you know. But there's people out there that actually support that fucking guy. I can't see how they could at this point in time. So here, Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz. So here again, another fucking TV actor, right? That's where people know him. Does anybody know of him having actually a practice anywhere? I've never heard of him having a practice anywhere. I've only ever seen him on TV, on talk shows and shit. And then he got his own show. Right? I guess, I don't know if it's still out there, but I guess he had his own show. And now here he is at the White House giving press briefings about the president's health conditions. What the fuck kind of a world are we living in, man? Are you kidding me? I'm waiting for Mike Douglas to be put up in the fucking Supreme Court. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, God damn. What? If that guy's even still alive, boy, I really dated myself with that, didn't I? Is Mike Douglas still alive? D-Man? Your little magic.
No, Mike Douglas is long gone. He's been long gone.
I thought so. Anyway. See, my references are so out of date. God.
Oh my God, you need to see this video of Dr. Oz. Sounds like I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. This is the most obvious lie I have ever seen put on video. Dr. Oz ran for Congress in 2022 and became the first person to ever lose a Senate seat on the basis of charcuterie. And honestly, after how Fetterman turned out, we might have been better off if the charcuterie board had won. But every MAGA cloud has a cheap 18-karat gold-plated lining, and Dr. Oz was soon brought into the new Trump administration. Him being a loser who spent 15 years selling sawdust pills and snake oil made him a perfect match for Donald Trump. So now, like all MAGA, he has to go on TV and lie for the boss. But he might be the worst liar of all time. I'm not exaggerating. Seriously, MAGA, when you see this, you're going to be so surprised you're going to drop your unpasteurized milk on the beef tallow that you give to your kids instead of real medicine. You got to check this out. By the way, my name's Jay Black. I'm a comedian. I do 2 videos about news and politics every single day. If you like what you're seeing, please consider subscribing. Okay, Dr. Oz was asked a very easy question. If President Uzi Neck is so healthy, why does he keep needing all these checkups? And this is how he answered.
If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep going back in for checkups?
I think he likes the results. He does really well. He aces the test every single day.
He just likes getting good news from the doctor. You know how people do, how normal people do, how like when you get your blood test back and it's good and you go, oh no, do it again, like a kid riding on a roller coaster. Dr. Oz wants you to believe that Donald Trump goes to the doctors so often because the reports are so good and Donald Trump loves to get good grades. That's what he wants you to believe. Now say this, if you do believe it, I think you need more dementia tests than Donald Trump does.
He passes the test every day. Think about that. The way that was even worded. You're giving him a dementia test every day?
Oh, it'd be fucked. I couldn't pass that test every day. I'd be fucked up. Like, no, Chris, you're not going to work today. You're fucked up. All right, fine.
I don't know.
Stay home. Okay.
Who are you people? Where am I?
Crayons. All right.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. This is on the streets of Tehran currently. I know what you're expecting, but it's not.
I want to show you these striking set of images we found opposite the old American embassy.
And I guess you could describe them as what Iran considers to be the great crimes of the United States, starting with violence against Native Americans, the slave trade, and the bombing of Hiroshima in Japan. And it goes on all the way through until the end with the final picture showing young girls on Jeffrey Epstein's private island.
Their president is a psychopath, and that's normal for Americans. But we are powerful through our military and our people. Nowhere in the world will you see people who are being attacked for 81 days, and they are still standing. That is power.
This is one of the most famous billboards in Tehran at the moment, and it's a blow-up of President Trump's face. The tape across his mouth is in the shape of the Strait of Hormuz, and the sign says, "At the breaking point." It's basically a warning to the Americans that if they keep pushing Iran, they're going to stitch up the strait. This is some new graffiti that has come up just in the last few weeks, and it says, "Ceasefire is stupid, negotiation is betrayal."
Iran's enemies are America and the Zionist regime of Israel, who have proven their cruelty and injustice by the killing of children and innocent people. This has been clear to us for many years, for a very long time.
Wow. So I think that kind of helps people to see it from their perspective as well. It aligns with what I've been saying, is that, look, best thing the U.S. could do right now would be team up with Iran and destroy fucking Israel. Boom. Crisis in the Middle East solved. So
Yeah.
it's all done.
Yeah. Listen, up here in the north, way up here in the north, where it's cold, us snow Mexicans, we just found a bunch of dead kids apparently under the ground, in an old residential school, and turns out they weren't there, but we spent a lot of money looking and they weren't there, and no one wants to fucking pay the money back, and there's still no dead kids. But there was a genocide though, but it's not, but there was, but there wasn't, but hey,
There's a lot of natives. Are they remains of natives?
there's no fucking remains, man. They got the fucking UN involved because they threw that word genocide around. Like, my Holocaust, my genocides. It gets the attention and the international attention, and you get all the fucking UN and everybody fucking looking and fucking giving you money, like Greta Thunberg types and shit. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, produce the fucking bodies. There isn't any bodies. Nobody fucking genocided any fucking kids, man. There's not one fucking, my God, there's no bones. Show us the bones. They can't show us the bones. But yet, shut up, you. We're going to make laws so that you can't fucking criticize us because they are there. No, they're not there. Oh, but they're there. If you fucking say they're not there, you go to jail. Like the Holocaust and the fucking 6 million pizzas. Fuck off, man. I'm fucking done.
Huh.
I'm done. You can make up shit. So I'll just make up shit. Okay, so go look at Partridge Island in St. John, New Brunswick. There's a whole fucking shit ton. There's way more dead Irishmen and women and children on Partridge Island who escaped the fucking potato famine from Ireland.
Where's
They were quarantined
on
on islands. Partridge Island in St. John was one of them. There's
Where's
a lot
that
of
at?
dead kids on Partridge Island because they had fucking typhus.
Yeah, but where is Partridge Island?
It's off just outside of St. John. It's a quarantine island. There was lots of quarantine islands in Canada and fucking on the Maritimes, right? New York, St. John, New Brunswick had them. There are quarantine islands for Irish, and the Irish were just kept on that island. You might not have been sick, but you'd get fucking sick if you stayed there because they didn't like the Irish, right? So the Irish were fucking condemned to these fucking islands to die, basically. There's nothing said about that. Like, nothing to be said about all the fucking Irish that just fucking were condemned to die on a fucking island.
You know what they did with the ones that came in from New York? They came in through New York. Do you know what they did with them? They had recruiters. They had recruiters right there at the docks. And a lot of the people that were on the ships, they all knew each other from Ireland and shit. And they said, you'll be in your own regiment. You'll all be with one another. You got your own flag.
It's the anniversary. We just had the anniversary of the Battle of Ridgely.
Will you let me talk, please?
Sorry.
All right. So what they did is they used them to get the Confederates to use up their ammunition because they promised these guys a pension. They promised them bonus. They'd even promised them to give them a mule, 2 mules, and so many acres in the Dakotas or whatever else like that. And so it paid off in 2 ways. They got the Confederates to use up ammunition, and they got rid of having a lot of the obligation that they gave to these new Irish recruits into the federal army. You see,
the Irish were the white niggers, right?
Okay, well, look, so here's what happened at a place called Fredericksburg, right? There was a place called Mary's Heights, and there was a cornfield there. And they sent these Irish into there to go after the Confederates, and the Confederates were like buried in. They just fucking mowed them down one after another, boom, 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 trying to get. And they finally, Confederates were behind this stone wall, and the sergeant, he was Irish, and he saw what was going on. Sergeant Kirkland, he was a Confederate sergeant, and he called for a flag of truce because there was so many wounded men laying out in front that needed aid and water. And so under a flag of truce, he took a bunch of canteens of water out there and fed them this, the water, those that were still alive, and tried to give aid and comfort to the ones that were wounded and shed as much as he could. And then went back over the wall, and then the truce flag went down, and boom, and they went back to fighting again. Pretty fucked up. But the interesting thing, that cornfield, was that most of those Irish, they were alive merely because of the corn that was grown there and sent to fucking Ireland during that famine. That ain't no shit. So the irony of it, is just like, whoa.
Yeah, nobody sees that. Nobody understands history, man. Like the Battle of Ridgeway just went down. Well, the anniversary of the Battle of Ridgeway, and that was Irish upstarts from the States fighting against Canada. And it was Canadian militia plus regulars. Just happened recently. The anniversary of it just like yesterday or the day before.
What year?
Battle of Ridgeway. That was a bunch of Irishmen, fucking from the States, veterans of the Civil War, right? Going up against a bunch of fucking green troops in Canada. Like, we're gonna take Canada now. It's like, how are you now?
How many years ago?
The Irishmen get the better of it because they had the experience, right? But
how many years ago was that?
Shit, this is like 1880.
Okay.
God, man, come on! I should know this. The Battle of Ridgeway was 1880.
People fighting.
3, maybe 82.
Anyway, check out how dumb this fucking
guy is. He got me.
The Democrats have a weird candidate. 6 genders, a real hit on Jesus. This guy is bad news with his mask from relatively recently. And he's a vegan. All of a sudden, he's not a vegan. He was a vegan. Now all of a sudden, he's not. Texas doesn't like vegan.
Chat, is this sundowning geriatric man trying to say the word vegan? Is that what he's saying? Let's just take a look at the
1866
Trump-endorsed candidate,
Oh, wow.
impeached by his own party in 2023, which is obviously why Trump likes him so much, for felony security fraud charges and bribery allegations brought by his own staff. This doesn't even mention the adultery, which, again, birds of a fuck-ass feather, Donald Trump. A real hit on Jesus. What the fuck? What does that mean? He's a literal pastor. Compared to you and Paxton, who are both serial adulterer, lying, cheating grifters, I think that between you guys, Jesus probably likes this guy more.
Oh, shit, right? I can't believe I was astonished that Trump put out a Bible. Did you hear the thing about his watches? Did you hear what happened with his watches? Dude, you got that hum back again.
Shit. Sorry, man.
Yeah, man, there's These people paid like $690 or some shit like that for these watches. They're Trump edition watches. And they got them and they're like, the T was gone. It just said rump on it. And it was cheap, came from China. It's fucked up, man. This dude rips everybody off every chance he gets, man. It's so crazy, and people fall for his shit. All you got to do is look at this guy's history. He's got a history of fucking people over, man. He really does. From spouses to kids to whoever, you know. And literally.
As much as I don't like Rebel News, there's a fucking good, quick fucking thing of Battle of Ridgeway, right? Lord snapping. Sorry, I don't mean to throw links in there. I wouldn't throw a link in there if it wasn't safe, but that's Rebel News did a fucking thing. I'm not a big fan of Rebel News, but they're not bad. They're not that bad. We call them Rebel Jews. But at least Rebel News covered it, though, right?
Well, I suppose. At
least Rebel News covered it. Because nobody even knows about it. The battle that nobody even knows. It was the United States against Canada, 1866. Like, let's go. Fucking Irishmen.
Well, was it United States or was it just some militia?
Well, it was the Irish American. Because the Irish hate the fucking British, right? And they look at the Canadians as British. And it's just not how we're Irish. We're a little bit of everything up here. We're Irish, we're English, we're Scottish, we're French, we're everything. Don't fucking.
But you're still, whether you like to admit it or not, you're still a
little bit of everything. We're a little bit of French, a little bit of fucking Scottish, English, Irish.
You're still colonies of England. You're still colonies of England. Regardless of the heritage of the people that inhabit it, it's still overall run by England.
If you want to be a cop or in the military, you have to swear an oath to the king.
Yeah, I know.
I won't do that. So
there you go. All right, so check this out. This is some crazy shit. This might be some good information. I think we should ponder it.
The great Gothic cathedrals of Europe, all dedicated to the Virgin, Notre Dame, were built within a 100-year window with engineering knowledge that was not supposed to exist at the time. When plotted on a map, they mirror the constellation of Virgo and point to the stone cross of Hendaye, an otherwise unassuming monument in southwestern France. In The Mystery of the Cathedrals, the enigmatic writer Fulcanelli described the cross of Hendaye as a humble stone cross, as simple as it is strange. Within it was an alchemical code intended for those initiated into the mystery schools. The letter S symbolizing the heliocoidal track of the sun, having arrived at the zenith of its curve across space at the time of the cyclic catastrophe. He decoded the Latin inscription to reveal, "We learn that a country exists where death cannot reach man at the terrible time of the double cataclysm, from which the elite will take part in the return of the golden age, and by fire nature is renewed whole." Each of the four sides of the stone base carries a different symbol, which Fulcanelli identifies as the four ages of the Hindu Yuga system, and identifies our current age as the Iron Age, the Kali Yuga. He wrote that the age of iron has no other seal than that of death. According to Fulcanelli, the cross is pointing at a specific moment in the precession cycle, the same moment that other ancient monuments identify, like what is found on the Giza Plateau in Egypt. If we were to go back in time to the spring equinox in 10,500 BC, the three stars of Orion's belt would have formed the exact pattern that the three pyramids of Giza reproduce on the ground. And the constellation Leo would have risen so that the Sphinx would have been gazing directly at it. This would have occurred approximately 12,500 years ago, when the last great cataclysm was recorded by many, and the same moment to which the cross of Henday points. The Popol Vuh includes the Mayan creation myth, which includes multiple previous world ages, each ending in catastrophe. It mirrors the Hopi account of world history, cycles of creation and destruction, with civilizations wiped from existence as the gods abandon humanity at the end of each age. During the years leading up to 2012, several books were published claiming that the Mayan calendar would end on December 21, 2012. But the Mayan long count calendar is measured in days, not years, and so they all seem to have gotten it wrong. The starting date of this calendar was August 11, 3114 BC, and it consists of 1,872,000 days. As Jason Brashears pointed out, the Mayan system is built around the ton, a unit of 360 days, which is how many days there were in a year when it was created. In the book Worlds in Collision, Immanuel Velikovsky documents 30 cultures that recorded a period of upheaval that resulted in adding 5 days to their 360-day calendars. Multiple civilizations across the world independently recorded that 5 days were added to the year at roughly the same historical period. This is also recorded in the Bible. Isaiah 38:8 and 2 Kings 20:9-11 record a miraculous event when the sun shifted. Scholars date Hezekiah's reign to between 701 and 713 BC. This is the same period when the entire world added 5 days to their calendars. The book of Revelation was written around 95 AD, during a 365-day calendar world. Yet its prophetic calculations are based on 360-day years and 30-day months. This prophetic vision of a cataclysm preserved the older calendar system as the correct framework for measuring time. Brashears places the event in 713 BC, and so the calculation works like this. From 3114 BC to 713 BC is approximately 2,401 years of 360-day years. From 713 BC onward is approximately 2,739 years of 365.25 day years. This would mean that the Mayan calendar ends in approximately 2046, the same year Orion's belt rises to its highest point in the sky, and the Sphinx gazes at Aquarius, the opposite of the Leo it faced at the last catastrophe 12,500 years ago. Greg Reese reporting.
We're all gonna die.
Maybe.
That
is an absolute fact, what you just said, though.
I know.
It's the law of entropy, bro.
Some of us sooner than others.
Yeah.
I did an interesting search on Popol Vuh. It's a German band from the early 1970s. I typed in Popol Vuh, and it comes up as a German band. That's the first thing that shows up.
Oh my god.
1970. German musical collective.
Germans are weird. Their bands were fucking weird, man.
The music is strange. I don't know what that is. It's some kind of, like, I don't know. It's just weird that they said that, and I searched it and found a freaking German band.
Remember that? Who did that character? Hello, my name is Dieter. Welcome to Sprockets. Now it is time we dance. I think it was Michael Myers did that.
Yeah, they had Sprockets on there. I remember that.
Yeah. This is crazy. This guy really does a good Joker, but listen to what he says, man.
You want to know what it is? It's that I don't want to play the game anymore. It's that I refuse to submit to a system that doesn't even follow its own rules. The Department of Defense has never, let this sink in now, never passed an audit. Not once. Not once. The Department of Defense has never passed an audit. But you and I both know that they're standing there with their fucking hands out at every fork in the fucking road, requiring the average man, you and me, to pay taxes and penalizing you if you don't. The game is rigged. It always was. And you know what? That if that was it, I might call it, but it's not. That's not even the worst. You really want to hit him where it hurts? You want to send a message? If you want to send a message, file exempt. Working a 9 to 5, slave to the man, file exempt. If you're a 1099, don't file. And then all year next year, talk about not filing. You 9 to 5ers, keep filing exempt. Watch it all crumble. Watch them fold. They can't hit us all. This is how we do it. Right here, right now. Send the message. Bottleneck their funds. Take all your cold hard asset out of the bank and put it underneath a mattress. I'm tired of playing this game. Let's introduce a little anarchy, upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos.
Sorry, man. I gotta agree with him, man.
He's a little late to the game. I'm coming up on 20 years I haven't paid taxes, so
You're doing all right, everybody.
I recognized that a long time ago. I was like, hell with this. These people ain't getting shit from me. You're not doing any of this evil in my name or using any of my money to do it.
Right.
All set.
But you pay them. Have to keep them off your ass, though. You have to. Like, if you own property, you have to. You have no choice. It's extortion, man.
Yeah, man.
Sure
There
is.
you go. How can 1% control the entire country?
How does 1% of the population control an entire country? It starts with brainwashing, and it finishes with blackmail. Whenever you hold the politicians and the elites into this chokehold, into this corner, this blackmail corner, they're going to do what you want them to do. And that is exactly what's developed in this nation over the past century and a half. It's a slow process. It can't just happen like that. It has to slowly creep its way and interweave its way into every single thread of society. And that's exactly what has happened here. We know that typically they control the banks, including the bank and the Federal Reserve. We know how they have a chokehold on society and on propaganda pushed in Hollywood and things like that. But all of that is null and void at the ultimate goal of the nation over in the Middle East and its needs and its wants being taken care of. This nation specifically designed for one group of people and nobody else. You have to have the chokehold on the politicians. That is how you control an entire nation.
You ain't wrong, bro.
No, I've had that chokehold on people for a long time.
Yeah, man.
Way before I was born. I think people just didn't recognize it, that these people do this shit with your money or do it in your name. I think it's now coming to the point where people are aware enough to see the evil in the things that they're doing and say, I don't want no part of that.
Because everybody trusts the fucking guy in the suit. The guy in the suit or the woman in the suit, they always trust that person. Like, there's a room of smart people fucking making decisions for us that are going to do all the right decisions.
They're not
no,
smart.
They're not. They're retarded. They're all
Yeah, I know.
greedy.
They're really dumb. They're
retarded.
greedy and they're greedy and stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and blackmailable. Listen.
Oh my God.
But see, here's the thing.
Oh
this is
God,
how
man,
they
you can't
take hold.
blackmail me.
Let me tell
Chris,
you what.
if you don't do this, we'll tell you. We'll fucking tell the whole world about that shit you did with that girl when you were fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, it's not just that. They get a chokehold in because they're very nepotistic. Okay? So once you're in the tribe, the whole, it's your obligation to give preferential treatment to others in the tribe. You understand? So when it comes to picking cabinet members, blah, 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 marrying your daughter off, blah, 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 Jared Kushner, blah, you know what I'm saying? Dude, come on. It's all interwoven.
A family. It's a family. Welcome to the family,
Sure.
right?
It's no different. It's no different than like back in the day where one king of one little country would marry his daughter off to the son of some other country's king, and then that would bring the two families together, you see.
Yeah.
See, that's how the Rothschilds, Did you know the Rothschilds have breeding rights with the royal family? That's pretty wild, isn't it? Diana was a Rothschild. Her grandfather was groom of the stool. You know what that is?
I don't like the sounds of that job, but hey.
Listen, it's a very prestigious position. A very prestigious position in the king or queen's court. The groom of the
stool
stool.
fart, though.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
stool
kidding.
fart, no,
Really, look it up. If you don't believe me, look this up. Groom of the stool. The groom of the stool was responsible for taking care of the monarch's bathroom needs. For instance, wiping their butt and also like disposing of their dookie in a special way, of course. It can't be mixed in with common sewage. I'm not kidding you, man. I'm not kidding you.
They're weird. They're weird people.
They have that. Listen, I think it's somebody who can keep a secret because these motherfuckers lay eggs probably from time to time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Come on.
Fucking laying eggs.
Fuckers. My little Jew eggs. What is this? Oh yeah. So I remember reading about this guy in elementary school, which wasn't long after he'd been killed, but I can remember reading about him, and I remember as a little kid seeing him on TV, but around the same time, everybody was going on about Martin Luther King. But nobody ever goes on about Malcolm X. He's given a bad rap. They tell him, nobody focuses on him. They say he was a radical and all this other shit. Well, here's why they gave him that bad rap. Listen to him. Well, hang on. This is in a interview he did back in the day before they invented color.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Anti-Semitic.
You've many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made a mention a couple of times about the Jews and everything, and I'm wondering if you are personally anti-Semitic.
No. How can I be anti-Semitic when the Arabs are half the Muslim world is Semitic? If I was anti-Semitic, I'd be anti-Arab and anti-everything else. No, I think that in this country, there's one mistake that the Jews make. They put themselves in a position where whenever anybody gives an objective analysis of the role that they play, they defend themselves by accusing you of being anti-Semitic. And a Negro is not anti-Semitic when he says that the man who's exploiting him in his community is white, because it is a white man who owns all the stores. Now, is it an accident that these whites who own these stores are Jewish? If it's an accident, then the fact that he says the Jew on the corner is exploiting me isn't an anti-Semitic statement. It's just more descriptive of the man who's exploiting him.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Anti-Semitic.
You've many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made a mention a couple of times about the Jew.
You see, does it make sense?
Yeah,
that's
you
why.
just happen to notice it.
Oh, okay. Malcolm X is didn't Malcolm X actually debate David Duke? Or actually, Malcolm X sat down and talked with the KKK. Like, he was one of the few guys that actually sat down and talked with them publicly, right? He did. Like,
I don't know if
he
he did
debated
or
them
not.
and talked with them many times. He sat and talked with the fucking leaders of the KKK, and he sat down and talked with them and shit.
Who,
But they
King?
won't tell you that, though. They won't tell you
King
that.
was controlled by Zionists. Did you know that?
Yeah, they groomed him like they groomed Clinton and all the other ones that they brought into those special schools. They knew those, they found the people that they knew they could King, they just did it with women, and they sent him out to those freaking commie schools.
Check this out. I think Iran put this out. This is pretty good. That's pretty fucking dramatic, don't you
I think the Statue of Liberty is a curse. I think it's a curse.
I do too.
I don't think it's it was a sign of what do you call it? I think it was a curse on us.
Oh God.
I got to run.
There
I
you
didn't realize that I was 3 hours already.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for about another half hour.
Yeah,
And,
I'm going to be lurking in the background. I'll be listening in the chat, though.
all right, brother.
Good to see you, brother.
All right, thanks for coming on, D man.
Good to see you, Hobie.
Is everybody going?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to take off. I got some things I got to do before I hit the A.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys. I'll fuck off right now.
Well, you can stay if you want. I'm not having a problem. I was just going to show this compilation of gayness with Trump. This is funny.
I want to check him out. Whoa, look at the muscles in this guy. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. I'll kiss those big, powerful men down there.
Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He's just, a handsome guy, by the way. That's usually not my thing, but he is a good looking sucker.
No, I'm looking at the legs there. He's this beautiful guy. He's got legs like tree trunks.
We have to keep our country gay.
Dude, come out of the closet. Tell us about the tent peg, Donnie.
Hey, I'm not gay. I'm just deeply, 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 deeply closeted. I'm not coming out.
I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body.
I'm deeply closeted lesbian, and I ain't coming out. Well, actually, I come out once in a while for lesbian. Fucking Norway.
Oh, this is crazy. Check this out. Y'all like this?
Long have we been fighting Zionism? Let's go back and start in 1903. Russia and the publication of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zionism, which exposed Zionists taking control over the media, left-wing and right-wing newspapers, Zionist control over their education system, and Zionist control over politicians through bribery and influence. Some say it's real, some say it's a fabrication just to expose Zionists. Either way, 120 years later, they still follow the same playbook. And sadly for the Russians, they failed to fight them off. The J supremacists did take over and created and controlled the Soviet government, and then create the Gulag concentration camps, which would go on to martyr between 40 to 60 million Christians. Now on to 1920s America. Henry Ford published The International Jew, which he had his Ford car dealerships give out and distribute to new Ford customers. A lot of people don't know that.
The automobile pioneer Henry Ford blamed Jews for everything in a series of 91 weekly articles called The International Jew. He promoted the Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Then the most famous anti-Zionist book of them all, 1920s, 1930s Germany, Mein Kampf, which translates to My Struggle. It became the #1 best-selling book, and which laid out all the past crimes and current manipulations of J supremacy in Germany, Europe, and all around the world. So this great awakening that everyone's having now, it's actually not the first time it's happened. There was a great awakening before 100 years ago too. But hopefully this time we can win and not have this awareness suppressed and have that evil empire continue to rule over a significant portion of the world for their own self-interest and benefit at the expense of everybody else.
Can't disagree.
I love the comment section though, man. Your guys in the comment section crack me up, man. They're awesome. They're awesome.
Oh, I know.
It distracts you though, because like I'll be fucking, if I'll be talking to somebody on my stream or whatever, and we're having a good conversation, but the fuckery that goes on over there. Oh, the fuckery in the that's that conversation section over there. That fucking one that goes by.
So check this out, man. What if history is not what happened, but what survived the rewrite? The more you look, the more questions appear. This ought to be pretty good. What's your stance on like a previous civilization that we inherited a lot of buildings and shit from?
No, I think no, man. We just lost a lot of. Like, I'm from the Maritimes, right? So
All right.
When shipbuilding fucking collapsed, when the age of sail died and we went steam, that was a major change. Like, guys went from working with their hands, like really like sharpening their tools. They had all the tools.
Yeah, but I mean,
Now I have
think
to
about
change
this.
it. No,
Wait,
but now I
wait.
have to go from a spoke shave to a fucking wrench, right? It
Well,
was a
wait a
different
second.
time, man.
Wait,
It was a
hold
different
on.
time. It fucked everybody over.
Hobie. So you're telling me that because they made the processes of cutting easier and shit like that,
No, it's just
that don't make any sense.
if you were a
Because
sailor and you worked on a ship
I'm not
that
talking
sailed,
about that. I'm
right?
not talking
No,
about
you had
that.
you had to learn how to code all of a sudden. Like learn to code. It's like all the steam, all the diesel and steam powered ships and shit. You're like, what are you stupid? Learn to code. Like fucking it
Okay.
was a different time. Like technology took over so fast, man, that you went from
No,
sailing ships to fucking
you're
steam
missing
and
it.
boom.
You're completely missing it. You're completely
No, but
missing.
guys who had skills who learned how to build those ships used to build homes too on their off season.
I'm not
And the
talking about
Maritimes,
houses,
so
man.
San
I'm
Francisco and the
talking.
Maritimes, they have the
Listen,
same beautiful
listen to
woodwork and
me.
shit.
Would
What?
you be quiet?
I'm trying.
Listen to me.
Huh?
Have you seen these cathedrals and shit that there are and these architectural structures? Why don't we make those anymore? Why were
Because it was
those
made out
so
of love.
prevalent? It
Because
was
they were
what?
made out of love, man. They were made from love. They were
Well,
made
it's
from
not about you
fathers.
can't.
No, but they
Hold
were
on,
made from
hold on.
generations of fathers who lived in the same fucking town. That father knew that his fucking work would never be. He knew that when he started that cathedral, he knew he wouldn't fucking live to see the end of it. But his son would learn his trade and pick up where he left off and
That's
finish his job.
stupid.
And
So
that
wait a
happened like
second.
3, 4, or 5
So
times
wait
over
a
again,
second.
man.
So
No, but
how
your
many
son fucking learned your trade and finished the job. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
trade thing. It's a
So
tradesman
all
thing.
right, now I want you to think about this logically. All right. We have great stone structures.
Yeah.
Where huge blocks of stone
Yeah.
were quarried.
My last name is Freestone, by the way.
Okay, cool.
I'm not shitting you. My fucking name is Freestone. I'm
Are you tracking any of this that I'm telling you?
I'm hearing what you're saying. You're saying, okay, so there's no way when you look at Machu Picchu and all that, there's certain stones that they didn't even use mortar and stuff. I get that. We don't know that. We don't even have a clue how
Well, wait a second. We have better supposedly technology. Now think about this. Even these cathedrals and shit, they had to somehow transport huge blocks of stone, carve them, right? Load them up with precision. I want you to think about these cathedrals that you see, okay?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, the one in Cologne, Germany.
Yes.
Take a look at that fucking thing. That's insane.
I have.
How in the fuck they can't even figure out how that was built, man. There ain't no blueprint.
Brute force and ignorance, and they didn't give a fuck if you died on the job back then either. There was no safety. There's no harnesses.
It's not a matter of that. It's how in the fuck it's possible to do. You're talking about people dragging fucking rocks on carts.
I get you. Right.
With wagon wheels down
I understand. I've been on jobs with 500 guys. I was there in Falls City Casino. I've been on.
Well, I want you to think about that.
I've been
I
on
want
fucking
you to
jobs
think
with
about it.
500 guys.
How long?
But I've been on construction sites where there's 500
You
guys.
got modern. You got modern
I've worked
equipment.
with all of them.
No.
I've
You
seen
got
how
modern.
things come together, man.
Listen. You got
Because
modern equipment.
You use
Hey,
what you have.
Toby,
You
shut
use
the
what's
fuck up.
disposable to you.
Toby,
No,
shut
what are you talking
up. God damn, do you ever stop talking?
Well, you're asking me something. I'm trying to answer you, man.
No, you don't let me finish. So you got to remember, you in today's age have modern technology tools, right? Right? Yes?
Yeah, but they don't even cut the mustard
All right,
compared to the old stuff, though.
not but. I'm
There's a
taking
but.
all, listen to me. I'll take all that away from you. All you get to have is some buggies, a couple of horses, which means you have to feed the horses. You have to have hay for the horses, right? You've got to have water for the horses. It's about 5 or 10 gallons a day, at least, for a horse. I think it's 10 gallons.
Yeah.
Okay. You also have to have donkeys and shit to pull the fucking rocks through pulleys and
Well, they're
ropes.
Clydesdales, but okay.
Yeah. And you're telling me they did that with all that precision and everything. Get
Yes.
the fuck out of here. Get out of here.
It's called the Archimedes principle. If you have rope, have you ever seen a pair of come-alongs? Have you ever used come-alongs?
Yes, I have.
So
Yes,
come-alongs
indeed,
are old, right?
Uh-huh.
And you know these
I'm
churches
talking
that
about-
fucking
I'm
marble
talking
over?
about-
You know they
I'm
took
ta-
fucking generations to build, man. So
I'm talking
I teach my son,
about. I'm talking about. I muted you. I
so
am
I'm a
talking.
stonemason. I'm teaching my son, and his son's going to teach his son, and then maybe they'll finish that building, right?
What do you mean? Maybe they did it in a matter of just a couple of years, supposedly. Now, here's the biggest problem. Even on some of these big ancient structures, right? Even on those, how the fuck did they get those big ass fucking rocks to stack as they did and to put these pillars up? And for what goddamn purpose? Think about that. They had to be doing it with ease, and you got to think about what we're told about what they had at the time. And you ain't just going to do some shit like that with that kind of precision, with block and tackle and a couple guy and his
No, I don't.
sons.
So my theory is, I have a theory. I have a theory.
Chisels and fucking hammers and whatnot. Fucking laser precision, dude. Laser.
Yeah, that's why I think it was liquefied.
precision.
It was like pouring concrete.
I think
right?
I do think that is a lot to do with some of this, man. Is liquefied marble and other such, because there's in the Amazon, there's tribes down there that claim that there's an extract of a plant that's they call it a stone softener. It softens the stone, and I think that's interesting because I think it's in the area where you see those really weird cut rocks that fit together. I think they were kind of fit together like mud balls more, and then solidified. Like where you're on to. I think that
they fit
listen,
because they mold themselves.
Some of these fucking marble statues that they have, there's no way you can tell me that some fucking Italian guy or whatever with a goddamn chisel and hammer did that shit, carved every fiber of the ropes and all that shit, dude. I'm thinking that it was like 3D printed or something, man. Or maybe, just maybe, it's actually somebody inside that fucking statue encased in fucking marble that's solidified.
That's morbid. Jesus, man.
Yeah, no doubt, right? I don't know.
The skeleton underneath there.
Just saying. What's
up?
What's up, Rat Man?
What's up, Hobie? Hey, Saab, I don't think he, bless my brother. Hobie, have you? I'm gonna assume you may have not watched anything by a brother. Saab brings him up sometimes. I followed before. Is My Lunch Break? You ever?
Oh yeah, I watch it all the time, dude.
Well,
Yeah.
you do, I know, but I'm curious. I don't think.
Trevor keeps trying to get me on that. I got a follower on Hobie. He keeps like, gotta watch this. Gotta watch.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
Check out
No,
some
dude,
of
I
this.
tell you what, it's so sus. It's so sus. You've seen where he's gone and tried to get the fucking blueprints. Any of the shit about, how much labor was needed, anything like that, they can't get any of that fucking information. All you get is an architect. They never tell you who built it. It's like somebody in Sons, but where the fuck, how many guys did it take? How many horses did it take? What was the cost of this fucking thing?
All I know is like 100 years ago, if you didn't sharpen your fucking tools when you got home, you weren't making any money the next day. Like you spent 10 hours a day as a carpenter, for example, and hopefully you had a helper. You were sharpening your tools, or you had extra tools, or you come home and you spend 2 or 3 hours sharpening all your fucking tools, man, at the end of the day, not getting paid for that time, and then go back to work the next day and cut wood. Like you spent more time at the end of the day not getting paid sharpening your damn tools if you had the tools. So it's all a matter if you had the tools or not. It's the guys who have the tools. Just forget the Masons and all that bullshit.
See, that's why I call bullshit on it.
I don't know, man. I think the Masons are
No,
on
that's
something.
why. No,
They're
that's why I
tools,
call
they're
bullshit
tools.
on those stories of it's so and so and he taught his kids how to do it and this other and these motherfuckers that was architects.
There's full generations that were.
Come on, man.
Their initials
Come
are
on.
written in those fucking churches over there. There's whole generations that fucking built those churches, man.
Anyway, check this
and
out.
castles, right?
Here we go. We're gonna watch this.
American history is a fucking joke. A cheap, glittering lie they force-fed us from the cradle. Heroic tales of brave explorers and noble founders. Grand adventures carved into our minds like scars we were taught to worship. Expeditions that never happened. Kings that held no throne. Victories they scream about in every classroom. Completely made up to hide their barbaric crimes against humanity. And when you finally rip the blindfold off and tear the Stockholm Syndrome out of your veins, it'll illuminate your soul. The captors don't even bother hiding it anymore. They'll tell you anything they want, as long as you're sticking to the chemical schedule that's pulling the wool over your eyes. And you feel it, don't you? Deep down, that gnawing wrongness in your spirit. Look at the cornerstones of these colossal buildings still towering over us. Monuments that weren't built by the story they sold us. They were found, discovered standing tall long after a savage mixture of cataclysm and invasion wiped the old world away. Raised in forbidden epochs, they viciously scrubbed from every history book, engineered with a terrifying precision and godlike scale that exposes our so-called modern achievements as clumsy, stumbling imitations. The dates carved in stone don't match their fairy tale. The rock itself screams the truth the textbooks tried to murder. And the devil isn't hiding in the details. He's laughing in plain sight, impersonating our entire culture, stealing our story, and wearing it like a grotesque mask. They told us we come from nothing. Huts, teepees, savage and empty to the core. And every time I hear that shit, it makes me laugh. Because these pathological liars will flip their own mother inside out, steal her soul, and repurpose her bones if it keeps their empires of lies standing. They loot and rape everything sacred. They twist the living genius into dead myths. They gut cathedrals and turn them into prisons for the human spirit. And then they stare at us with those empty, heartless eyes and expect us to love our own enslavement. And some really do. But this is far from the truth of where we actually came from. Our ancestors lived in a depth most people today can barely imagine. Their days carried real meaning. Their way of life had purpose that reaches way beyond what our modern minds can grasp. Everything they did flowed in harmony with something greater, with the divine itself. It wasn't forced or complicated. It was truly natural. And none of this needs to be about race or pointing fingers at any one group. Everybody played a part. Everybody carries some guilt in how we all got here. And at the end of the day, in this holographic matrix we've all been pulled into, it's not about skin or borders anymore. It's simpler and deeper. It's spirit against those who have none. Those anchored in something eternal versus those who move through the world completely hollow. So if a picture's worth 1,000 words, then here, I tried to map it out visually so the heart can see it more clearly. Think about the sheer evil it would take to destroy an entire world and then sit back and watch it burn. These beings were never like us. They were empty of the Creator's love, untouched by that divine spark, cold-blooded and strategic, the complete antithesis of original man. And a century-old cover-up can twist your mind so far from the truth. Fake fire stories, wartime veterans handing out the gift to gab, all of it sold to us, and so many still buy every word. And the cognitive dissonance runs deep, because deep down, you think your ancestors would never do such things. But these are the legions of the Cabbage Patch armies marching through the rubble and mud, sifting through the ruins, erasing every trace of those who survived. Anything that couldn't be reprogrammed was obliterated. Anything that still carried the breath of life, that still spoke with its own living voice, got stamped out with no mercy. And here we are, still pledging allegiance to these imposters, these illegal aliens on our own soil, the ones who now call us the foreigners in the land our people have always known. We pay taxes to their illusions. We hand over our money for health care that keeps us sick enough to stay dependent. We fund their fairy tale version of life, and somehow, we've been conditioned to love it. Just imagine a real culture still buried beneath our feet. Layer after layer of what was stolen and hidden. The captors know more about who you truly are than you've ever been allowed to know about yourself. They've studied it, cataloged it, and weaponized it. And trying to explain this to another human, it's like that 10-minute brutal fight scene from the movie They Live. You'll be shoving the glasses into their hands, desperate for them to see the truth. While they swing at you with everything they've got, they'll fight you tooth and nail, bleeding, just to protect their masters, clinging desperately to that warm, brainwashed version of reality they've been given. Anything to avoid waking up, anything but stepping into the role of a true warrior. We were never complacent by nature. That fire, that sovereign spirit lived in our blood from the beginning. But the synagogue of Satan understands trauma like no other. Master sorcerers who have learned to slice the soul into compartments, locking away pieces of you they never intend to release. Some say they keep us around for food, energetic livestock for beings who feed on loosh and suffering. Others believe it's purely about eternal enslavement, a livestock pen for the spirit. But me, I feel something darker. I believe they simply just hate us. They despise the spark we carry, the remnant of the creator that still flickers in original man. They thrive on our misery, grow fat on our despair, and draw power from every tear and broken dream. Whether the reset came through mud, a flood, or a roaring phoenix event, the one chapter they always erase is the invasion and the murderous past of the indigenous man. That's the part they will never speak of. Colonizers have no conscience. Not then, not now. They move through the world like shadows without souls, and they do it with the eager help of the chemically imbalanced common man, the very people they've broken, medicated, and turned into willing foot soldiers for their own cage.
Sounds like some commie shit. Yes, we're in our own cage. Yes, we're all sheep. But if I started making, if we're building, okay, you give me the plans to build a church per se, okay? It's this church, whatever, this is the biggest church we're going to do. The biggest, best church we're ever going to build. Okay, here, Freestone, build me this fucking corner piece for the top of this pillar. Here's your job. This is your job. Build this, and I want you to build this, this, and this afterwards that goes with these measurements. It's this measurement. It's 6 feet, fucking 6 inches, and go from that 6 inches, and then it goes out. You have a micrometer. You can measure the shit. Okay,
so there should be blue.
It's like walking into a fucking house and they
shouldn't there be blueprints?
We're gonna paint these 3 rooms brown.
Hey, shouldn't there
that
be?
room's gonna be blue. Here's the paint. Here's the job. Go do
Hobie,
it.
slow down. Wouldn't there be blue? So there would be blueprints, right?
Yes.
There's not.
Because they disintegrate.
Disintegrate? What the fuck are you talking about?
Buddy, I did a renovation there. I found because nobody used to use insulation back in the day. I used to fucking rip down.
How far back in the day? Wait.
There'd be
how
newspapers
old?
from the 1800s.
How old?
There was 1800s newspapers on the wall when I tore the walls down, and as soon as you touch them, they disintegrated because they're gone.
Okay.
There was a professional spanker from 1800s in Hamilton, Ontario.
Okay.
She's a professional
let
spanker.
me tell you
She'll go
something
around
about
spank
that.
Kids.
People don't take paper documents that are important like that, like
because they disintegrate, man. There's no documents left. That's why the old library, the old.
Then how is there all these old books going back to the fucking 1400s and shit that still survive? What are you talking about?
No, all I'm saying is, as a construction worker, I know when you're told the job here, do this.
Construction worker myself.
I had this section of this built.
As a construction worker myself,
I don't care about the painters or the fucking whoever else doing whatever, right?
Dude, we're talking about 18 or supposedly 1800s technology. Okay.
Right.
1800s technology.
But we've lost a lot of tradesmen. We've lost
Well,
There's no
wait a second.
thatchers anymore. Nobody thatches
Wait,
roofs anymore.
wait. We got to get into the logistics of it. See, you're not thinking like a builder. I am a builder. I do think this way. I think in terms of logistics. Okay, I need to know how much this thing's going to cost me, and part of that's going to be how many men am I going to need to get it done within a certain period of time, right? How am I going to get the material to the place that I have to have it in order to use it? Okay. So you got these huge blocks of stone, marble, granite in some cases.
Yeah.
Very, very dense, hard fucking materials that are somehow carried by wagon or some shit.
Right. You're dealing with loaded people. People who are fucking lots and lots of money, and they're psychopaths with money were a fucking big thing back then.
Yeah. Okay. So think about the time period. Our method of transportation. We don't have paved roads. What happens when wagons frequent unpaved roads with their skinny wooden ironclad fucking wheels? What do you think happens?
What's the first thing they did in Canada? They built canals. The Rideau Canal, the Welland Canal.
So
why did they build canals? I wonder. Stone from quarries to build forts.
See, you're just making up shit. It doesn't explain a bunch of
Yes,
shit.
it does. It does so.
No, it does not.
If you're a military enthusiast,
it doesn't.
you'd be fucking looking at that shit.
Oh my God, come on, dude. You are so indoctrinated. It's not even funny.
Yeah,
you actually believe the shit you're telling me? You're telling me what would it take to build, say, some of these buildings supposedly from the World's Fair, 1898, Chicago.
Because the World's Fair was to be built quick, so they used the best to go in there and do it quick, man. I've done mock-ups for.
All right. Well, there's problems. There's a lot of.
When there was a big fucking subdivision here outside
I
Toronto,
don't think you're much of a builder because you're
subdivision homes.
Have you looked at pictures? I don't give a fuck about subdivision homes, dude.
I went and fucking painted one of the mock-up houses. So when they want to sell you a house, hey, come check out this house. This is a mock-up house of the houses we want to sell you.
Do you ever shut the fuck up? We're not building houses. Dude, shut up.
Same shit.
No, it's not.
It's faux. It's faux.
No,
it's fake.
not.
They do it. It's like styrofoam.
No, it's not, dude.
No, it is so.
Are
it's
you
fucking
fucking kidding
it's
me?
caulking and fucking paint, right?
No, it is not. You're full of shit, dude. Full of shit is Christmas, dude.
You wouldn't buy that home, but that's the home that you look at as an.
All right, wait a second. All right, so just stop talking. Don't talk. Don't talk. Just be quiet. The beer is talking. You're saying some really nonsensical shit. You're telling me.
No, I'm not. I'm talking as a builder. I'm a builder. And you're asking
dude,
me
I
as
don't
a
believe
builder.
you because
Well,
you're
these
not
guys
even
have never
taking
built
into
this shit.
account. No, you're not even taking into account of in the fucking logistics. None of the logistics have even occurred to you.
Oh, because they didn't have fucking tow lifts and forklifts and diesel engines and shit. They could never have figured out shit back then.
Well, what would they do then? Come on, you're a builder. You should know the most primitive ways to get things up to.
So you're basically calling your grandfather and your great grandfather retarded. They're stupid. They could never have built a barn or raised a barn or built
That's
anything.
different. That's different. That's not huge blocks of stone, dude.
We can talk about lost knowledge. There's a lot of lost skills and a lot of lost knowledge.
Okay,
we can talk about that.
What would be required
instead of shitting on them? Instead of shitting on them, going, they could never have built that shit because they were too stupid back then to build that kind of shit. That's an insult to our ancestors, man.
Obviously, somebody was intelligent enough to build it. I give them that. How was it done, given our current historical?
Because I think every generation since 3 generations ago, we've got dumber and dumber and dumber. And you can't tell me that we haven't gotten dumber as a species in the last 2 generations.
So do you feel as a builder you're dumber than your grandfather?
Yes, because everything's going.
All right, wait,
There's a
stop.
fucking robot that does fucking roofs now, man. For fuck's sake.
Okay, listen. That's not intelligence, okay, and that's not
No,
skill.
but they have robots that can replace us.
I don't care. I don't care. Okay, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So you would say that there's been a decline. So you would have to agree that also, when did this decline happen and why?
Because we're lazy. Okay, material costs money, right? Back in my grandparents' day, lumber was fucking cheap as fuck, right?
Was it?
Lumber was everywhere.
No, it wasn't.
Again, I come from the
well,
maritime.
it was everywhere, but
no,
here's
I come
the
from
thing.
shipbuilding.
By the time
lumber
you have
was
it,
everywhere.
you have to mill it, dude.
Buddy, we could build
you can't
ships.
just
We
go
could build
chop
ships faster than the Americans, right?
Dude, do you know what goes into having to make fucking boards out of trees?
Right, but doesn't matter. The Americans and the Canadians are
What
both
the fuck
building
you mean
fucking
it
ships
doesn't
out of
matter?
green lumber. Buddy,
What
we were
the
building
hell?
our
Hold
navies.
on, wait.
We had
What
the
do you
biggest
mean
growing
it doesn't
navy
matter?
in Lake Ontario.
Dude, you ain't no goddamn builder. Come on.
You're not listening to me, man. You keep
That's
telling me
because you're
quiet,
talking
but you're not listening.
nonsense.
Didn't matter if we were building things out of green lumber and shitty material. We were building them fast because we had to, because war, right?
Dude.
War fucking speeds up shit real quick.
Hold on. Wait.
You either build the shit or
all right,
or
all
die,
right.
right?
Yeah, I know, right? So answer my fucking question then. What goes into having to turn fucking trees into boards suitable to make structures from?
They didn't care if it was green lumber as long as it got built.
I'm not asking you if it was green lumber. What's required to turn any fucking thing into lumber?
Well, it takes treating and heating and waiting, right? Yeah, I know that, man.
First and foremost, you have to turn the
That's
tree.
why I said green lumber. That's why
You
Hence said.
wait.
Green
You
lumber.
have to
Anyway.
turn the tree into lumber. Okay.
I'm not gonna argue.
And how do you do that? That's right. You cut it. So you need a sawmill. All right. Which means that you have to have people at sawmills running the sawmills, perhaps even in shifts, depending on how much lumber is needed. You also have to have people chopping down the trees and transporting the logs somehow, either by water or by land, to the sawmill to have it turned into boards. Then you see where the logistics come into this, right?
Yeah, logistics is key.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you just ordered it up from fucking Lowe's.
Right, which is why every major building that you're talking about was built near water. And
was it?
But yeah.
Okay.
I don't think all of them were. There's some of them like smack dab in the middle of some of the plains and stuff states over here or whatnot. But before honestly, Saul, I mean, like you guys can keep going on this, but I really feel that before embarking anymore on like this combo, that Hobie, you should definitely just spend a little bit of time flipping through a little bit of like My Lunch Break or Lucius Aurelian's channel.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, Hopey, man. Obviously, you haven't looked into it. If you, because man, the shit that we built in the 1800s like makes no sense. Like, I don't know, man.
And you're obviously here on Saul's channel, like, because you definitely have many agreements and probably kind of see all the shenanigans and stuff going on. There's like what his channel talks about and stuff. This just is one area that
our generation's retarded. Take the best fucking take the best fucking mathematical engineer. Take the best carpenter right now. Take John Holmes from Holmes on Holmes there, guy. And take him back 100 years. Those guys would laugh at him.
Well, they would. You're right.
They would laugh. No, our great-grandfathers would laugh that guy off the fucking job.
Yeah, it's been engineered this way. Yeah. But
great-grandfathers would laugh you off the fucking job. They would laugh you off the job.
I want to show you something. Watch this. This is what you're telling me. They built this 1898. Temporary. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898. 1898 And this is a lot of structures here to look at. Okay. Yeah, we can go a ways with this. All right. So first of all, we've got this. Okay. So this is a temporary structure. Really? Wow. Let's take a look at this. Look at the detail in this shit.
It's fucking styrofoam and fucking wood.
Styrofoam my ass. Styrofoam my ass. They didn't have fucking styrofoam, bro.
It's made of wood. It's fucking nonsense.
Gosh.
No. You gotta also like you don't gotta, but maybe I don't know. Sub, do you know any of the guys that show like the
Okay, what year was that made? The Depression, when everybody needed fucking work and they would work for fucking bread and soup. Yes, I'll go make a column for a fucking day or two.
Sure, right? A column. You go and make a column.
I'll work for food.
Hold on, wait a second.
I will work for food.
Hold on. Look here. You're gonna go right there and just make that.
That's the fucking 20s when they
would
work for
no,
food.
it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the late 1800s, dude.
Yeah. And
what year was that? What year was it? Was it Depression?
1898.
When I'm starving to death?
There's no
when
cars.
Guys were hopping trains going across the
Nobody
country.
There was no motor cars, nothing.
When everyone's looking for work and
horse
food.
and buggy. Look
So
here.
I'll make you the best goddamn killer you ever seen, man. I just want a job.
Sure you will. No, you're just assuming shit now, making excuses.
Want a job, man.
Look at this. Look at this. This is temporary. Look, this is temporary. This is what you're telling me. They built that temporary. That's all fake. Look. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Right? Wait, that ain't the only one. Look. There's a colorized version. Oh, and put this fucking statue. Very Romanesque, isn't it? Very Roman. It looks very Roman. This is at the Chicago's World Fair.
Right.
There it is from the back. Look at this shit. Come on. This is all temporary. They did this for a 7-month. Listen, they built all this, right?
Right. Albert Speer was a fucking monstrous too, I guess.
Look, this place right here was monstrous. See this palace over here on the right? You see this? This thing was monstrous. Okay, I've got pictures too from the inside of this thing. This thing is monstrous.
That's almost like the AI data centers they're building. And then like they're gonna build as like a 15 square kilometer thing for a 1 year exhibition.
Honest to fuck, guys. Like if I'm a developer, if I'm a rich guy and I want to build a building for you, I'm gonna show off with all the poor guys that are hurt. I got 200 guys, I got 300 guys. Actually, I got 500 guys. They're starving to fucking death. Okay. And they're willing to fucking work for fucking bread and soup every day.
Sure.
Do you think they could,
lots of shit.
Yeah. Listen, you're not gonna get craftsmen that are producing shit like this
because they're out of work, man.
No, they won't. People don't suddenly gain. Listen, quit it. People don't.
You don't become an artist just because you're starving to death.
Right?
So you're not making ships out of wood anymore. You're making now all steam. So now you go from I work with wood to I work with steel now.
Oh yeah, no. But that's a bronze statue. You're gonna make a bronze statue just because you're starving to death.
Bear, you're hot, boy. You're fucking.
I'm sorry.
Really hot.
I'm sorry.
Turn you down. There, try it now.
Hey,
there you go. That's much better. No, look, man, you can't just because you work with steel don't mean you can just go and work with wood. Just because you can work with wood doesn't mean you know how to work with steel. Just because you know how to carve a fucking duck out of soap don't mean you know how to carve fucking stone.
So you can't change hats. You can't be a carpenter and a welder, that's again. Again, our great grandfathers are laughing at you.
You're telling me carpenters. You're telling me carpenters built that.
Our great grandfathers are laughing at us. These guys used to make their own fucking horseshoes in their spare time.
No. I get your side too, Hopi, because
Can you make a horseshoe? I can't make a horseshoe. And then build a house. Can you build a house? I can't build a house. Can you build a house from scratch and make horseshoes for your horse to build your house?
I can build a house from scratch.
That's what they used to do.
That
was called a fucking Sunday for these guys.
Man, no. I got some pocketbooks for builders from like the 1860s, and it is crazy the amount of information they knew, and it was expected for everyone to know. They knew steam fitting, they knew pipe fitting, they knew like how to build buildings and structural engineering. They genuinely, I agree with you, Hopi, like in the same aspect. Like, yeah, 3 generations ago, they were way fucking smarter than us,
and we're shitting on them.
No, and but that's the thing. Once you look into it, even though that they are way smarter than us, I still don't believe that when you look into our story that we're told that all these places were built in 2 years and 3 years, and then they were all demolished. When you really look into them and see how many times that story repeats, you start to be like, that's fucking bullshit. Like, why? There's no reason to do all this, to build all this, and then just demolish it in a year. Like, there's no reason. Like, you every single fucking World's Fair would have lost like all their money. Like, it was pointless. What? Because they care about the people?
I know, right?
Well,
exactly.
Jewish lightning was a thing back then too. Look at the St. John fire. There was great fires in a lot of cities back then too.
It was every single city
every
in the
major
whole
city
North.
had a great fire.
Every single
And I
one
call
in
it
North
Jewish
America had a great fire. And what do you think that was for?
Yeah. No shit, bro.
Jewish lightning.
If you Google it, every big city in North America had a great fire right around the 1800s.
Yeah. St. John,
1850s.
St. John, New Brunswick had one. And guess whose fucking name? Guess who's one of the benefactors of the St. John fire, the Great Fire in St. John, New Brunswick?
Look, that's just
a loyal
temporary.
city. Oh, guess
Hey,
what?
they built all this.
Benedict Arnold fucking benefited from the fucking fire in St. John.
Listen, they built that there. All that shit you see right there, that was all built for a 7-month-long fucking fair. Okay, 7 months is all it lasted. And then it was like, tear it all down. What?
Yep.
Look at this.
Just because they care about the people.
Yeah. And an exorbitant cost. They never did recoup the money from these. Never did. So what was it for? It was to introduce us to things, technologies and shit that was being given to us from our previous past that they're allowing us to have, and then we can work from there. And there's more technology given to us as we go along. You see, that's how this fucking shit works. I mean, look at that. Look at that, lit up like a fucking firefly.
Yeah, before the power was around.
Yeah, right.
Fair question. Have any of you guys ever done professional carpentry ever once?
I do. I do it all the time.
I'm a plumber, man. I work around carpenters all the time.
I can't do plumbing. I respect that. I can't do it. It's crazy. But
all I know about
a guy taught me one time how to use
I could do. Listen, I could be a plumber's helper because all you got to know to do that is that
it flows downhill and paydays on Friday.
Hot's on the left, cold's on the right, shit runs downhill, and paydays on Friday.
Yeah.
Right. I learned way back in the 80s from some of the old guys, man. And some of the old guys taught me some stuff that I forgot, man. I forgot. The only thing I know how to use is speed square now, the carpenter square, the carpenter's best friend, that little triangle square.
Yeah, I got
it's
it.
a multi-fucking use, man.
Yeah.
I only know how to use that for a straight edge now because I forgot how to use the damn thing. So if you don't use it, you forget all the things that you can do with it. So we've forgotten as a men, because everything's all prefab now. You just fucking that's it. Everything's all so easy that we've forgotten how to use the tools that we have. So we forgot all the shit.
I use
that. Here right now, they'd be laughing at us. Oh,
listen, I use a tri-square like all the fucking time for everything. And
yeah, but
I have 3 different sizes. I have one that's like 2 foot. And then I have another one that's just like this, like a foot, big enough fits in your apron. And then I've got a little short one. I think it's only like 3 inches for trim and shit. It's a little easier to work with because it's small.
But look at that spire you got on screen right now. Like with a big statue right on top.
Right?
Like how the fuck would you do that?
Let's see what that is. Yeah, I know, right? Donkeys and shit. See.
like some big bronze statue on the top. How the fuck would you even get that up there? Or would they mold it up there? Or how the fuck
That's
would you even
supposed to
do
be,
that?
let's see, looking across the Grand Basin toward agricultural buildings. That's what these were, was agricultural exhibits that were in these big buildings
Well,
here.
and we're told we did this at the turn of the century when we were all just like fucking just toughing it out in the dirt and the fucking shitting it out houses and fucking like, man, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it don't make no fucking sense at all.
Like, why wouldn't you make your own house a nice house rather than working on all these like luxurious fucking buildings? Like, why wouldn't you like put a fucking like a flush toilet in your house? And
Oh yeah, look, this was temporary. See all that? That was temporary. All these trees.
Even the rich people were going outside to shit back in those days.
Listen, think about this. They just built this, right? They just built this. Look at all the fucking trees and shit that are around here, especially at the waterway, where that would probably be the easiest place to get all these materials for this into. I mean, goddamn, man, that was already there. You ain't gonna tell me that they just built that in a matter of like a year. Fuck that. There's
Man,
no way. There ain't enough dudes. Ain't
It
enough
was up
dudes.
until about 1956 when the average person had indoor plumbing. Like up until the 50s, after the Second World War, most people, even didn't matter how much money you had, man, you had an outdoor privy. So most people had outdoor fucking shitters, man.
Yeah.
Up
so.
until like fucking not even 100
Why
years
is
ago.
that? Ain't that dumb? Ain't that dumb? Now think about
That's
this.
just the
Here's
way
the
things
thing:
were.
the
just the way
Romans
things
had
are,
a
buddy.
Romans had a full knowledge of plumbing. Yeah, and sanitation. They knew
Yeah,
all
so
about it.
if we all live like kings, and the kings don't like us anymore now, do they?
Wait a second. It really didn't have. It had more to do with technology, not about a king.
The rich people hate us because we have more freedoms than what they do now. Like they have to fucking mind their P's and Q's with all their money and all their fucking forks and knives and different salad forks. So they have like 13 forks and knives and shit when they sit down to eat. We just sit down and fucking scoff our food. We go fishing. We have a good time. They hate us for our freedom.
A gold body can't survive. Right?
They hate us for our freedom, man.
I know. They hate us for our freedom.
No, but 100 years ago, only kings fucking shat inside, and now we shit inside, and we have
Hey,
like
dude.
all the comforts
Hey, look.
of kings.
Hey, Bearsworth, look, this is temporary.
That looks so temporary. Fuck.
That's so temporary.
That's made out of styrofoam, I'm pretty sure.
No, I tell you what, it's got to be. Look at it. Even though styrofoam wasn't invented yet. Look at that. Look at those intricate fucking columns sticking up.
That was chicken wire and stucco and paper mache.
Yeah, sure. I believe that.
No, it was wood. It was
No, it
basic
wasn't.
fucking flimsy shit, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
100
how
years.
fast could so look at how fast they were building ships. So when the War of 1812, for example, right? Look up Isaac Brock.
100 years ago,
the largest fucking Great Lakes ship that was built was a Sir Isaac Brock, and that wasn't even. It was almost completed when the war was over. But motherfucker, it was the biggest Great Lakes ship, and just sat there and fucking rotted on the beach forever, man. Because work halted, so fuck it. So it just sat there and rotted. It's a great big fucking ship built with green lumber, right? It was built in fucking no time. Listen, when you want to get shit built, you get the boys over and you get it built.
When they built that ship, it was when the black people were kangs.
Oh yeah, so we just built it with black people. Okay,
that's a
cool. We're
the
kangs.
All right, listen, that's a cool story. I'm sure that's what you were told. I call bullshit. I do. So look here. Here's another one. Yeah, that's temporary. Fuck. Hang on. Jesus, Jiminy Christ.
Man, even look into the star forts, man. Like fucking star forts are another one that's like crazy. But
here's one of the exhibits in this thing. I don't even know what the fuck that's made out of. Ain't that crazy? Wait, what's it say? Orange, California. Orange is from California. and they have this tower.
Yeah, man, that's why I love looking at or watching Martin Liedtke sometimes, because he just has the most fucking crazy pictures, and then he has the coolest jokes about it. He always has the funny jokes. Yeah.
This is some fucking crazy shit. Look at this. Temporary. Yeah.
Temporary.
Come on, man. Come on.
That's our postage office in 1847.
Yeah, it's a ship. It's an upside down ship.
Oh my god.
It's an upside down boat.
Gosh.
Oh, that's interesting. That's funny.
Okay, the city market in St. John is if you look at the architecture upside down, look at the roof of the city market. It's an upside down boat.
All right, so what?
All he did was
They still had
a
to.
bunch
They
of fucking
still
ship builders that built some
listen.
shit. Here, build this.
Listen.
They built it.
Okay, out of stone.
Well, it's
Look at
it's half and
the
half.
dude.
Half stone,
Dude,
half
I
wood,
want
whatever.
you to. Are you even looking at this? Look at this intricacy on this. Even if this was carpentry, as you say, okay. Even if
wood.
that
Most
was,
of it's wood.
okay. Look at this. I want you to look at this. Look at the intricacy of this.
Yeah.
Look at these little statues up here. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Little cherubs. Got these little rods up here for some reason. I don't know why. Perhaps.
You know, and look at the year they built it, and when you actually look into the history and how fast they built it, like it's like they built it in 2 years, and then the population of the city they built it in, and like when you put all these little factors up, you're like, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't logistically possible.
This is what happens when you don't send all your best men off to die in fucking First and Second World War, right?
Well, no, because it wasn't
Let's just go kill off
logistically.
all of our men in wars.
Listen,
and then not build
listen,
shit.
listen, Hobie. This is before the First World War. Okay, where?
No, I think this is 20s. It's after the First World War.
No, it's 1898.
Oh, no shit.
I'm sorry, 1893. World's Columbian Expedition in Chicago. Okay,
and you killed all your men, right?
1893 was the year my family plumbing business was started in my hometown that I'm living in right now.
So check this out. 1893, given the population of the people in that area and the professions also needed for running a city, supposedly, the logistics of manpower needed to complete this project and get it at this type of a working stage in 2 years is fucking impossible.
No, it's not.
This was found. This was already here. This place was already occupied by people, and something fucking
They
happened.
build most of that stuff off-site and just install it afterwards.
They did.
Right?
There
All
again,
those
the
statues
logistics.
you bring in
We
afterwards.
gotta have the shipping involved with it. That's a lot of fucking boats. There's no record of these boats or any of this shit. There's no fucking blueprints for any of this goddamn shit. It all exists. By 1893, there's all kinds of documents that still exist from 1893 to this day. Okay? Supposedly.
I don't know, man. I've been painting for over 30 years. I have like 3 pictures of 3 jobs I did. I never fucking photographed or I never had a cell phone when I first started painting.
Okay.
When I first started trades, there was no cell phones. There was camcorders, but we never took any video of any shit we did. So when I was building anything back in the day, I never fucking took video of what I did. The homeowner might have. I never did.
What does that got to do with
video of
anything?
shit we did? No, we just build shit because we're getting paid to do it, and we fucking do it.
Oh, man,
what did I do today? Well,
I don't know how you can.
All right, so I could just hire you and say, okay, now listen, I want you to start cranking out these little fucking statues here. I want you to start cranking those out. And I need a whole bunch of them. I need one that looks like this.
They're
I
probably
need one that's gonna, because
I don't
obviously, how would I tell you what the building should look like? Well, how would you know what the building should look like that I want
you
you to
get
build?
dimensions and you build it.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
from what?
Hobie, I don't
From
know how
what?
you can be so
Hold
obtuse.
on.
Like look
Hold
at
on.
that building. Didn't you not think that they planned that and had
Okay,
dimensions? Like
so the
look at the
statue
archway.
people were probably the guys who did the statues are fucking definitely Italian. Right? The guys who did the fucking base, they were definitely Amish. And the ones who did the facade were German and English. So
Okay,
the
listen.
dome guys, definitely Italian English.
The dome guys. Okay. So where do you get all these people from?
Italy, England, Germany.
Sure. There's no
They're all
record.
white boys.
They didn't bring all those people over here to do that.
Yeah, they did, because you know why? Because they were starving.
No, they weren't.
I'll build you this, master, if you give me food and money.
Didn't you ever hear about the gay 90s? It was a prosperous time in America. The 1890s was a prosperous time in America. That's why it was called the gay 90s. Gay meaning that it was happy. It was a good time. Not that you like men's buttholes and stuff.
Before Prohibition.
Way before it.
Hey, Saab, I seen a video not too long ago of the brother that was sharing something that was supposedly written by another brother. I want to say it was probably like 1600 or something like that, describing like the different kinds of places like this, like he was saying or whatever. It's pretty cool. I'll go back in my history see if I can find that. But I'm going to leave with this. Hey, the reason that we know it's fake is because it looks so real.
Yeah. 1893. Now listen, if this was 1893 and they built it in 2 years, that means that they began construction in 1891. Now, this thing's got boat docks, already growing plants and shit along the canal and where they've got a. Let me show you this, man. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. All this landscaping and trees and shit they bring in. This all built for just temporary. Here's a whole boat. You can see how big it is. This people go inside this part right here. Okay. There's stairs going up. So you get a feel for how big this fucking shit is. And there were really wild ass exhibits at this thing, man. Introducing us to different technologies and also different foods from supposedly around the world. You know, it was at World's Fairs is where we got most of our foods that we eat today from. You know, where do we get the idea that we're supposed to have? And bears with her, I'm going to tell you right straight up, man, it's not bacon, it's ham. Okay. And
it's back bacon.
It's back.
Canadian.
It's
Canadian
not bacon.
back bacon.
It's ham. It's fucking ham. I'm telling you, bro. I ain't accepting that. But anyways, I mean, look at this fucking shit. So this was all temporary. This is only a portion of it. Look at the whole thing doesn't fit in the whole screen. For the there's so much more to this. Look at look at this night vision. This is fucking awesome right here. Look at that. And then something else, man. 1893. That's insane. Look at that. Lights all over this thing. Look at that. Up here, all along the top, making like a crown at the top. This is fucking badass as hell.
So,
They did
Aesop,
that.
Do you think there might be some sort of reset, kind of
Yeah.
narrative? That's what I think. Like maybe who knows it? Like maybe 250 years or 150 years or every whatever.
There's some of them Italian statues that they got up there flawlessly put on this architecture. It's just false, it's just real cheaply constructed, as you can see. There's so cheaply constructed these people, it's safe enough for them to walk up here and everything.
We built Fallsview Casino in a year.
Yeah.
Just over budget. We're just over. But they had an Italian. Have you ever been to Fallsview Casino?
Listen,
built
that's
that within a year.
nowadays.
They changed the landscape
So
have you ever
what?
been on a major construction site? None of you guys
yeah.
ever have. Not one of you fuckers ever been on a fucking major construction site.
Yes,
a
I
major
have.
one, like where you
Yes.
built a fucking airport or a fucking building
Oh,
of some
shut the
kind.
fuck up.
You have no fucking
Yeah,
clue.
man,
You're all
Hopi,
calling me a
man.
fucking idiot.
Okay, have you ever been to a real like site that's like one of these places that like are?
Have you ever been on a fucking site? Period. Besides
Yes,
a house.
I've been on
I
plenty
built
of
a house once. I built a I worked on a subdivision once, and fucking I got some construction under my belt. Like,
Oh
get
man,
fucked,
Hopi.
man.
No, man, you don't. Man, it's different. It's way different.
Listen, man,
Dude.
I'll see myself out. I'll see myself. I've been on
Yeah, you're
major
getting kind
construction
of.
sites. I
It's that
understand.
beer
I
talking.
understand how technology's changed. It's changed a
Hey,
lot.
no, listen. You're
And
getting
not for the better
surly.
in some
You're
cases,
getting
right?
surly from the beer. You're getting
No, but
surly.
safety wasn't an issue back then. They didn't give a fuck if you fell and died.
Listen.
They didn't give
Nobody,
a fuck if you fell off a ladder and died. They didn't
They
care.
don't. They don't in
There was
Thailand
no
either.
OSHA. There was no tie off and safety hazard
wait
bullshit.
a second. Wait a second. So, how do you replace dead workers?
With another guy, his
Where
buddy.
are you getting? You said they're all clamoring to work there and shit. They're already to fuck
Yes,
there. You don't
because
care
they're
about
hungry,
it.
man.
Oh, shut up. You have no goddamn clue of
Going
any
back
of
to the
that.
Irish.
Oh, God. Here we go. The poor oppressed Irish.
It's probably all Irish that built this shit.
Jesus
All right, I'll see
Christ.
myself out.
Yeah, you should.
All right, Sup. Thanks for having me on, man. Sorry, I
Right.
didn't be argumentative.
Thank you for getting obnoxious.
I love you, Hopi.
All right,
It's
buddy. Sorry. Thanks for having me
it's
on, guys. Sorry for being a dick.
It's 1:30 over there, so I
Yeah,
understand.
I gotta get off here.
All right, cheers, guys. See you.
I thought I put this guy up here. He was up here and then he left. Well, sorry, Johnny Ponderosa or whatever. I'm getting ready to sign off. But yeah, there's no way you're gonna tell me that shit is. Come on, kiss my ass.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. How people can still. I don't know, but I guess it's about actually looking into it and looking at the timelines and all that shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of it doesn't make sense. Some of it does, though. So, like in my hometown, there's a courthouse that was built, and a lot of this stuff is irrefutable. Like there's a courtyard, like where they mined all the blocks, and there's a bunch of people who think that it's like an old structure, but then when you really research it, I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't know. It's almost like maybe there's some fake ones in between that they sprinkle in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, because the one in my own hometown, when you look at it, it looks like a mud flooded building because there is a bunch of spots where like there's windows and doors that are underneath the ground that they've had to excavate under.
It's like that here. It's like that here in Luray.
Yeah.
It's really like that. Goes back to the 1800s.
Exactly, the 1800s. But then they also have a timeline, but they also have a rock quarry, like right out, like 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers away. That there's actually like bricks. My cousin's a diver, and he's like, yeah, I've like gone down underneath, and I can see all these bricks that they've dropped that are still there, and all this shit. So it's like, so there's some that I think might be plausible that they built, but then a lot I think is like just unexcusable. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night, guy. So
okay, Dave.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming up.
Okay,
Everybody
thank
hung
you.
in here with me for a bit. I don't think Lisa made it with us. She ate that candy bar and that was it. It was all over for her. That building is absolutely amazing, isn't it, Marcy? That shit is phenomenal. Let's look at a little bit more of those. Those are kind of crazy. I'll show you some other pictures I took. These are nuts. Hang on, let me pull them up again. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, like this shit. I don't even know how they get this, man. Is that the one? Yeah, look how bright this is. Hold on a second. Let me put this share screen window. This share. Look at that. Is that fucking brilliant or what, man? Look at that.
I can't see anything on my screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shit. That's what I meant.
Yeah, fuck it.
Is that fucking cool or what?
Oh man, imagine being there on those times with like right at the time with the Edison and fucking Tesla and the World's Fairs. That must have
Look at
been.
that.
So I imagine that was like the reset.
Look at that's temporary. Kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Look at that. Get out of here.
Like how many stories tall do you think? Like probably at least 13, 14 stories tall.
Well, yeah, there's people right there. That gives you any indication.
Yeah, with the spire. And like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to have cranes in there. And look, these trees. Look at these trees. How close? Look, these trees are growing right next to the fucking thing. What are you talking about? They planted those there? Come on, man. How are you building it and getting all this shit in here with cranes and then you get out of here?
Yeah.
Don't make no damn sense at all.
It doesn't make any sense. But even man, yeah, me and my cousin came over for a barbecue and we're having a beer and he showed me some pictures of these guys cutting down trees. And like the trees were like 25 and like from the 1800s. The trees were like 25 feet in diameter. And this is just in the 1800s. And they were cutting them down with like hand saws that were 25 feet long. Just pushing
I've
back
seen
and
them.
forth.
I've gone to a place up in Northern California where the redwoods are at.
Yeah.
And it was an old lumber camp, but now it's a restaurant. And the restaurant is actually like the cafeteria for the lumberjacks, but it's not a mining camp anymore. But it's really cool because part of the place is a lumberjack museum. And they've got like these chainsaws that take 2 fucking dudes to work it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine how
I'm talking about saw blades at least 2 stories tall.
That's fucking insane. And
Yeah,
imagine falling a tree that big. Like it would have to be like a kilometer or something, or
Oh
like
my
a
God.
fucking like
You see these pictures of these fucking guys standing in front of these felled redwoods, and they're standing in front of it, and they're like little fucking ants next to
I
this
know.
huge, just like a mountain of stump kind of.
Once you fall a tree, you'd be like, "Holy fuck, this is gonna take us like a fucking
How
year
do
to
you
cut up."
get that fucking shit out of there, man? I'm
Yeah.
for real. You'd have to drag that shit out of there with the fucking mules and stuff, man. You know what I
Well,
mean?
you'd have to cut it up into like discs, like and chop it all, like, or I don't even know how, like, yeah, even how long a tree that's fucking even 20 feet or like 25 feet wide.
Yeah.
Or in
Look at
diameter.
that. Is that amazing? Look at this building.
It's styrofoam. It's
come on, man.
styrofoam.
Yeah, they didn't have that. See,
I
come
know.
on, man. Give me a break. All these fountains, that means you got to work plumbing and shit into this somehow. And no.
No,
That
I can
he
kind of
might
see
have worked.
that.
Look, that guy might have worked on a construction site, but he's in no way a builder. I can tell you
Well,
that.
he's a painter. He's a painter. I know him. I've talked to him quite a few times. He does a Canadian YouTube channel, and where we just bitch about our Canadian government, and pretty much everybody who calls in just bitches about the Canadian government. Yeah,
Man,
But,
look at inside this place. Look at inside this fucking place. One of them. Look at inside this building. And these are the exhibits. These are the exhibits that are in here. There's a whole bunch of shit to see. And look at that architecture up here. Look at all that detail. All that fucking detail for a temporary thing. Come on.
Man, it was everything in the 50s, man. They took pride in everything they built. Like every single thing, man, in the 50s and the 40s and the 30s. Like every single decal, every single, like everything you built was.
This was at the, this says it was at the Belgian Pavilion at the 1904 World's Fair. So 1904, it's 122 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, but like everything they built, like I'm kind of an antique collector, and like you notice that when you collect like antiques, like even like the bullshit that you sold to the public was well built. Like I've like shot things distributors from like the 50s where it had like 8 cups and it would spin around, and you just push the top and it would push one perfect shot into each cup, and like. But it was like built with perfect craftsmanship, even in the 30s, and it still works now, 100 years later, almost 100 years later. Yeah.
Right.
Whereas now
All
nothing.
right, brother, listen, I'm trying to not stay on here all night. I got to get off here.
Okay.
All right, man. I'll talk
Take
to
it
you
easy.
later. Thanks for coming up, Bearsworth.
All right.
Oh shit! I almost knocked that over. Everybody that came up. I want to thank my supporters. Timothy, thank you so much for your donation. Of course, Tamara, thank you for your donation as well. It's really needed. Thank you so much. Got a StreamYard bill coming up, trying to make funds so that we can keep this thing going. So, even if each one, think about that. If each one of you just sent $1, I could pay for StreamYard. That would be really cool. But links are down below. If you wish, don't feel obligated to. But my hip was better. Went to work today, dug those pier holes, waiting on inspection. Good to go. Should be building the deck. What is today? I don't know. Today's Wednesday now. Yeah. So yeah, pour the concrete tomorrow and start building the deck Friday. Yeah, probably. We'll see. See how it goes. All right. Depending on the weather. Good Lord willing, if the creek doesn't rise. That's what we always like to say around here. So y'all have a great night. I'm having a great night. Remember, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And better to sink in the shit. No, it's not. It's better to shit in the sink than to sink in the shit. We always know that. Come on, y'all. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Hope y'all had a good time, man. Good night, everybody.